just go through our preamble. Just a reminder that those...
We'll raise questions as we go along, and there will be opportunities.
There we go. I think that was our first interruption. Thank you for getting the mute button down, Councillor Cameron. Welcome to our meeting. It's only executive lead members present in the room that are taking decisions at the meeting. Others in attendance are here to provide advice. There are no planned fire drills today. In the event of a fire alarm, please follow the fire exit signs and congregate in the car park. If anybody present might need assistance in exiting the building, then please let one of the Democratic Services team know. The agenda and papers have been published on the Council's website in advance of the meeting, and the Council recognises the importance of striking a balance between providing opportunity for the lawful expression of views, but any unacceptable behaviours or actions that cause disruption can lead to our meetings being adjourned. There is going to be a recording of the meeting. This will be published in due course. Can those who are online and using the hybrid formats, please note that this meeting, use the chat only for the purposes of the meeting, only to speak at my invitation, and to say your name before speaking, and microphones and cameras need to be off otherwise. So moving on to agenda item 1, we've got apologies for absence. I've got apologies from associate lead members Joe Randall Green, and Val Keach is still on sick leave. Lead members Graham Oakes has sent me a message to say he's got a car issue but is on the way. Anybody? I think the rest of us are all here. Excellent. And we've got officer apologies from Claire Winter, who's on annual leave. Agenda item 2, minutes of the previous meeting. To consider those minutes, any comments, questions from lead members or associate lead members? Any questions from other councillors? No, that's clear. I'll read. Councillor Lyshawn proposed, Councillor Shearer seconded. All those in favour, please. All those against, that's clearly carried. Any declarations of interest over and above those for City, Town and Parish Council memberships which are on the website? No, not seeing anything, which moves us on to agenda item 4. If everything's so smooth, runs so smoothly, won't we be finished early? Agenda item 4 is public question time. So we've got 3 members of the public who are here to speak to us. We've got Sandra Matthews, Graham Godwin Pearson, and Eric Ayres. So we'll go to Sandra Mathers first, please. Sandra, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. My name is Sandra Mathers. I live in Wellington and work for a church in Taunton. And I'm asking the Executive Committee today to take the results of the public consultation and the Scrutiny Committee for Climate and Place to heart with regards to the Sunday parking charges. You already know that the findings of the public consultation are overwhelmingly in disagreement with these proposals, almost 93% disagreeing or strongly disagreeing. The Scrutiny Committee heard the statement of our senior pastor, Judith Butler, as to how we believe the implementation of the Sunday parking charges would affect the community services our congregation and many other churches provide. For us, Sunday parking charges would naturally cut our service provision and would essentially have the effect of a funding cut, because the charges would affect the attendance of those who currently travel in from Bridgewater, Chard, Yeovil, Ilminster, Hemyock, Wellington and Langford Budville. If people don't attend, then our donations are affected. Therefore, the parking charges act like an additional cost on what we're providing for free. Money coaching for people in debt, free weekly parents and toddler group, fortnightly provision of nappies and wipes, and other baby supplies to low-income families, which alone costs us around £425 per month. All of this is generously provided for by our church members, but naturally, our available funds will be affected if people are penalised through the Sunday parking charges for coming to town. The people we help as a church are already greatly in need, but so are our towns. And in the context of the current cost of living crisis, the comment from Councillor Bob Filmer resonates. To take this time to introduce extra charges on some of our vulnerable town centres would seem to be wrong. I've listened through the debate of the Climate and Place Scrutiny Committee, who looked in detail at the responses of the public consultation. And like the Scrutiny Committee, I trust that the Executive won't ignore such a resounding no or disregard the clear communication of the pending impact on our businesses and hospitality sector. In these next few weeks in December, Taunton Town Council have removed parking charges for Christmas shoppers. They've made Saturday the same as Sunday, not the other way around. And why is it necessary at the busiest shopping time of the year? Because our town councillors do know our town and the pressures it's under, and they know that help is required to draw people here. I ask the committee to vote against the proposed Sunday parking charges to avoid irreparable social and economic damage. Please don't drive people out of our town centres, increase social exclusion or tax those that are providing community services and projects for disadvantaged people for free. And I also ask that the Council uphold its own process and honour the outcomes of the public consultation. Thank you for listening. Please take this statement into consideration when you're making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And it's Councillor Richard Wilkins to respond, please.
Thank you for coming and taking the time to comment on these proposals, which is greatly appreciated. We will take these views into account in coming to our decision on the matter later on.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'm afraid it's agenda item 13 of a long day. Please do feel welcome to go home and tune in on another medium, or you are very welcome to stay as well. Okay. Oh, sorry, I was about to call you a councillor. Sorry, Graham. Graham Godwin-Pearson for question 2.
Thank you very much, councillors. My name is Graham Godwin-Pearson. I live near Cheddar in what was, the Sedgemoor area. I'm not going to take 3 minutes. I've got a very, very simple question, which is for the lead member for Transport and Waste Services. I wonder if he could possibly confirm whether or not the council will close Cheddar Recycling Centre, and if so, when this is likely to happen.
Thank you, Graham. And Councillor Richard Wilkins to respond. Graham, would you be able to turn your microphone off? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question regarding the recycling centre at Cheddar. If any closure is proposed, it will go through full public consultation before any decision is taken. For avoidance of doubt, no decision has been made to close Cheddar Recycling Centre.
Thank you. And our third questioner is Mr. Eric Ayres. I'm not seeing in the room. Is anybody seeing him online at all? We're not seeing online. We'll take the statement as read because it's been published. And Councillor Richard Wilkins, you're in the spotlight today, aren't you?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. As read, on behalf of the council, I want to address this matter directly. The cost to the taxpayer is in the region of £4,500 per day for the removal due to the volume of people and equipment needed to make this a safe activity. We would prefer to spend taxpayers' money on other more vital road maintenance. We've been clear that we do not allow any flags to be attached to public property. Doing so may put the public or council staff at risk. Attaching any item, including flags, to a light column on the highway land without the express permission of the Highways Authority is unlawful under the Highways Act, and one that we have the ability to recover our costs for removal, much like other authorities are doing. Anyone who wants to fly a flag from their own property are welcome to do so. It is important to remember that many residents do not support these unauthorised public displays. If we want Somerset to remain a welcoming and vibrant place, then we need to ensure that flags are used to foster belonging, not division. As an executive, we are appalled to hear about the abuse and threatening behaviours directed at our staff and contractors whilst undertaking flag removal. There is no excuse for this behaviour. So thank you again, Mr. Ayres, for the opportunity to be clear on our views on this emotive matter.
Thank you. And I understand that the abuse and threatening behaviour is in the hands of the police at the moment, and we won't be commenting further on that. Okay, so that concludes our public question time. We move on to questions from councillors to the executive. We have Councillor Caroline Ellis first, who I believe is online. You with us, Caro?
Yes. Hi.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Sorry, thanks. Sorry I can't be there in person. It's a home ed morning today. So first question is about the council tax exceptional hardship scheme and the council tax reduction scheme. So today the exec has a chance to make good the injustice done to the estimated 4,400 plus severely disabled people of working age who, as a result of an oversight, whether deliberate or otherwise, when we were considering our council tax reduction policy last year, and with no prior notification or warning from the council, have lost 100% council tax reduction with severe consequences for their welfare. So my first question is, can I ask why there's been no full equality impact assessment carried out on this specific matter of treating these extremely vulnerable disabled residents less favourably for the purposes of council tax reduction scheme through stripping away their entitlements when only literally the name of their benefit changed rather than their income or their needs or circumstances, either last year or this year? Doesn't this create the potential for legal challenge? Second question is, what are and will be the costs to the council in terms of officer time, debt recovery and enforcement action, and also the knock-on effects for social care budgets from forcing people into crisis in this way? And thirdly, will you take this opportunity to right this wrong now, rather than kicking it down the road for 2 years? And instead of relying on a discretionary, inaccessible, non-disabled friendly hardship scheme with high evidence requirements to address this in the interim, which it won't, could you amend the exceptional hardship scheme for next year to include specific provision for working age disabled people on universal credit with the limited capability for work and work-related activity element who are liable for council tax, automatically awarding them 100% discount, thereby ending the harm and system-generated trauma that they currently face? And you could also insist that officers deploy the discretionary power in the Local Government Finance Act 1992, Section 13A, 1C, and reduce this year's bill to nil for this cohort. And I have a second question about Sunday parking charges, which is that given that the results of the public consultation on what I consider to be ill-conceived Sunday parking charges proposals were so emphatically and overwhelmingly against the introduction of charges, and given that the economic impact assessment stated that it couldn't predict the impact on Taunton, our county town, and said that local insights from the survey should be heeded, Will the exec listen to Taunton's residents, churches, businesses and the town council, who all variously say these proposals would damage our trade as an economy, damage community life, create chaos on residential streets, penalise the poor, and will you halt these plans? And indeed look at alternative income generating proposals for our car parks, such as solar canopies where appropriate? Well, can you investigate those now instead? Thank you.
Okay, and it's Councillor Liz Lishon to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Ellis, Caroline, for your continued questioning on behalf of Somerset residents. You know, of course, that this is an agenda item for our meeting today, and we will have our revenues and benefits officers here in the room for that item, and they will be presenting an update for us. In the meantime, the only proposed change to the council tax reduction scheme is to increase the income bands by the September CPI rate, that's 3.8%, and this will maintain the real terms value for most individuals with no disproportionate impact on characteristics protected under the Equality Act 2010. A further equalities impact assessment was not required as the mitigations remained the same, and the only change being recommended is neutral in real terms, i.e. that uplift on the income bands by the CPI rate. Provisions and mitigations are in place to support anyone experiencing exceptional circumstances, with exceptional hardship being one of the available options. These issues have arisen due to increased pace of migration of legacy benefits to universal credit. My colleagues and I will carefully consider the concerns raised, explore the measures we can take to address exceptional hardship, and ensure support is available for those who feel they need to apply for additional assistance. Subject to the views of Executive today, a member-led task and finish group will be established, followed by a full consultation during 2026-27 to prepare for implementation on the 1st of April 2027. So decisions will be reflected in the exceptional hardship policy to be approved by full council on the 17th of this month. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and Councillor Richard Wilkins to answer the second question.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Ellis. I can confirm that the Executive will take the views raised through the consultation process into account in coming to a decision on the matter. What decision is taken will, of course, be a matter for discussion under that item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the second question with notice is Councillor Diogo Rodriguez. Good morning, Diogo.
Morning, Leader. Thank you. So the questions before you, so I'm not going to read each one out, but I'll just give some context, really. So, Chair, the auditors have delivered one of the most damning assessments that this council has ever received. Auditors found that Somerset Council failed in its basic duties as an accountable body, that senior oversight was missing, that the Life Factory project risks were ignored, that payments kept flowing even after auditors raised serious concerns. They found no project board, no proper financial checks, no match funding, no evidence that warnings were acted on. The system of governance, risk management and control has been so inadequate, and the failures were so serious that they've issued another big red card. Residents deserve to know, how did a project with no match funding, no financial controls and no effective oversight continue to receive hundreds of thousands of pounds of public money? Who signed off those payments? Who ignored the warnings? And why this council allowed the situation to spiral into police involvement? Heads must roll, and people will be looking closely at who's been involved in the Glastonbury Town deal from the very beginning. Minutes from Mendip's executive meetings in 2022 record Councillor Lation outlining her involvement in these projects and recommending them to Cabinet. Those same minutes show her highlighting civil service comments that the Glastonbury Town deal was the golden child of the town's fund and that it was shimmering in the programme. It's such a shame that there's no shimmer left with the failure of the Life Factory. Councillor Lation's been involved throughout since day one. She sat on the Glastonbury Town Deal board and she's the member responsible for the financial leadership of this council. Residents will rightly ask what confidence they can have in the organisation when somebody so closely linked to the project's journey from day one has presided over a scheme that has ended in such serious failure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rodriguez. You used the phrase heads must roll in that statement. You're aware we've signed up to a debate not hate protocol. Could I ask you to withdraw those words, please?
Chair, I don't think there's anything rude about heads must roll, so I won't be withdrawing that, sorry.
It's a clear reference to violent conduct, but we won't go there. We'll deal with it through the standards process. Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the question. Stopping capital projects once underway is not as straightforward as just saying stop. Further funding was provided to ensure that the apprentices working on the site were able to complete their work as part of their courses, and that the wall between the Life Factory, Building C, and the event space in Building B was made safe so that the red brick building could continue to trade. I'm sure everyone would agree that those were entirely sensible outcomes. These arrangements were agreed by the managers in post at the time and went through the council's internal financial sign-off processes. The matter was discussed by the Glastonbury Town Deal Board, which in February 2024 recognised this as a project of concern. The red brick building, as the grant recipient, planned to use the grant funding to secure the building's structure and make it weatherproof and watertight while seeking match funding for the fit out and equipment needed. This was how the Accelerator Fund project had delivered and could be an appropriate way to proceed. There was no government requirement for town deal grants to be matched. However, as the project proceeded, delivery was chaotic and progress slow, and it became apparent that the building couldn't be secured within the grant funding envelope. The picture highlighting the concerns was built from officers and the council members of the Glastonbury Town Deal Board, internally raising concerns in late 2023 about the Life Factory project, seeking advice and exploring ways that might enable the project to continue. It was this failure to control cost and deliver the secure building that was the key concern. What this means, however, was that the grant funding first claimed, and quickly, representing a greater loss to the public purse. In future, any project requiring match funding will be required to secure this before any significant capital commitments are entered into. The health check we have undertaken on the Glastonbury Town Deal project shows 2 other projects that are red rated. One where the project failed to secure planning permission, and one where costs have escalated beyond the grant funding envelope. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see Councillor Farber, you've got your hand up. We normally only take questions with advance notice. Can I just clarify what point it is you want to make?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just reference item 13. It's just a statement, really. I don't particularly require a response, if I may.
Oh, okay, I'll bring you in on that item. And we'll have.
It just I might not be here. That's why I thought I actually put my hand up now.
Okay, if you want to send in your comments, then we will read them out.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, agenda item 6. To note the executive forward plan as published on the council's website. Any comments? Any other comments from members, associate lead members? Any other members in the room? Okay, that is duly noted. It doesn't need a proposer and seconder from my memory. No, it's noting. Reports for decision, agenda item 7 is our corporate performance management report, Q2, pages 19 to 70. Councillor Liz Lishon to introduce.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm glad to see Sarah Hawkins here moving into position. This Q2 performance report outlines the performance of Somerset Council against the new suite of performance measures that were introduced in Q1 of this year. There is a real depth and breadth of performance information included within the report, providing a transparent and wide-ranging overview of strategic, service and organisational health performance. There are both positive areas of performance improvement and areas of concern, which are detailed in the cover report and which Sarah Hawkins will provide us with an overview. The report also includes our progress against our peer review action plan, which is detailed in Appendix B. And I am very pleased to report that last week the peer team revisited Somerset to review progress against our action plan following their initial visit in November 2024. They recognised the scale and pace of progress over the last year, that we need to remain focused and embed and sustain the improvements we have made. We will receive written feedback within the next month, and we will review the outstanding actions in our plan to incorporate the valuable insights and feedback from peers. So, Chair, if I may, I'd like to hand over to Sarah Hawkins to take us through the headlines on this very extensive report. And I'll apologise in advance, if I may, that because we have all the Q2 reports now all together, quite rightly, you will hear a lot of introductions from me today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Sarah Hawkins.
Thank you, Liz, and good morning, everybody. So as Liz has said, this is the Q2 report. It will go to scrutiny, corporate and resources this Friday, following executive today. It reflects the position as at the end of September and details performance against 120 measures. Full details of each of those measures is included within Appendix A, and as Liz has said, Appendix B also includes our corporate peer challenge action plan progress update. Within Appendix A, you will see that some measures are now marked as contextual measures. So the aim of this is really to aid understanding of performance. So, for example, making sure that we're clear on the change in volume of calls if we're assessing the proportion of those calls answered within a particular time frame. So we're looking to include information like that to aid improved understanding of performance. In terms of the Q2 picture, so we are seeing an overall increase in the proportion of measures ranked as green. So positive that 10 measures have improved to green compared to Q1, and those are listed in section 11 of the cover report. However, there's also a slight proportional increase in the red ranked measures, and those are the measures that really are significantly off target. Of the 28 red ranked measures, 2 of those are brand new measures, so you won't have seen those in the Q1 report. Those are CPE 23 in paragraph 13.5, which is the fly tipping responded to within 5 working days, and also ASH 14 in paragraph 14.2, which is the percentage of overdue Care Act assessments awaiting allocation for over 3 months. In the cover report, we've added table 2, so that's just after bullet point 12, to provide an overview of the measures that are red, and we've split those by those that have changed to red versus those that remain red. So hopefully that makes it clearer in terms of the position. Each red ranked measure has a paragraph within the cover report aiming to explain the current performance and the current improvement actions. We will take questions on those in a moment. Just quickly, in terms of the peer review, so we've completed a further 16 actions during Q2, with progress of many of the others continuing. A few highlights just to pull out. So the mobilisation of the Inspiring Innovation Programme governance and the appointment of Newton Consulting Limited as our strategic transformation partner, and the outstanding actions related to inspiring innovation, including prioritisation, savings identification and service redesign, will be driven forwards through the first phase of the transformation work. There's also extensive activity related to supporting our people with the launch of our commitment to staff and lots of engagement sessions in person and virtually across the county on hot topics that came out of the engagement survey with staff earlier this year. Corn Ferry have also been appointed as partner for the Parent Reward Programme. The final programme business case has been completed and went to executive in November, and you'll see in the Peer Challenge Action Plan that the dates have now been adjusted based on that final proposed business case. The same also applies to the work with Citizen Network. So that's under our Developing Communities, Place and Economy theme. So we've now commissioned Citizen Network to review and strengthen community engagement, developing a framework that will help us support local empowerment and influence. So again, the Peer Challenge Action Plan has been updated to reflect the delivery timescales for that piece of work. I will pause there and invite questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. And any questions or comments from lead members? Councillor Heather.
Thank you. Thanks, Leader, and thank you, Sarah and Liz, for the performance monitoring report. It's really interesting. I'm inevitably going to comment on a couple of the red, persistently red, I think, rather than newly red issues that are under my kind of portfolio. Of course, one is around the EHCP timeliness. I think that's on page 51, and the other one is on also about the numbers of children coming into care. Actually, I wanted to mention that too. So if I start with that one, I think that's around page 43, 44. It is to be noted that our number of children coming into care is going up to about 59, from 59.8, I think it is, from the document. That is high for us, and we are increasing the numbers coming in, or the numbers of children coming into care is increasing, but it is still underneath the national average, which is 70 currently. So it's high for us, but it's not one. I was at a conference last week when I was listening to colleagues who had them in the 150 in care, which so we're certainly below the middle of the pack. But it is concerning to us, and we have been doing some diagnostic work through with Newton's help to actually work out what it is that's going on, to make sure that children are coming into care who need to come into care, and nobody else. We get our preventative work right, and that we look after them properly. So there is mitigation there, but it is slow. But that is still going up, which is we're unhappy. But is also on a similar page, you'll see that our foster care numbers have gone up as well, in as much as we've had 27 in the last quarter who have been approved, and that's an improving situation. But we still have the situation where we may bring more and net increase of foster carers, but that does not match the net increase of children coming into care. So we're still behind, but we're working hard. We're also improving our kinship and special guardianship foster caring as well. So there's some green shoots in there, but we still have the numbers high. On the EHCPs, of course, you'll see there's only the tiniest of upticks in the last quarter, where we've gone from 2% to 5%. That is too low, but there is a suite of things that we are doing to improve that. Part of that is around ensuring we have the right number of educational psychologists, because the main part of that 20-week issue is around the assessment in the middle of the process. So we have to make sure we have enough EPs, educational psychologists, to do it. But again, we must realise also that we've had this increase in the last year, really, of about 29% increase in applications coming forward for assessment, and we've also increased the number of children being assessed positively for an EHCP by about 40%. Those numbers are quite round, forgive me if they're not entirely accurate, but it's commensurate in that way. And again, at a conference just last week and listening to my colleagues, there is a sense that increases of EHCP applications have come forward, partly as a result, not entirely, and we need to be quick at what we're doing, but the increase is getting there also because of some of the delays around the government's white paper has made life problematic, because it's been trailed that EHCPs may change, and that has driven an interest in securing, quite rightly, securing support for families' children before the white paper comes forward. So I just want to say we're on this. There's a lot of things you'll see of business plans and so coming forward, things we've done to try and improve getting finance into schools to support children at school, the Section 19 work, trying to improve our PRUs. This one around exclusion, that helps exclusion. If we can get the right offer of those children who can't be there. Similarly, we can reduce exclusions where children are waiting for specialist setting if we have specialist settings, our SEN units in schools. So there's lots of levers we're pulling, but this will take some time to reflect in the colour. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Any other? Thank you, Councillor Wakefield.
I just wanted to take one or two things about the adult services and housing figures. There has been a slight increase in pending Care Act assessments, and we're aware of that. There have been staff leave over the summer, which maybe have contributed to that. However, as we introduce magic notes into our system, this does speed up the work of those involved in this process, which I'd like to emphasise. A Care Act assessment is not a single thing that happens in a very short time. It's quite a long form that has to be filled in. There's a lot of checking that has to be done because it is an assessment of somebody's financial status as well. So we don't sort of do them that quickly, even when you get at the top of the queue. But we do have the help now, as I say, with Magic Notes. And also we are working hard to keep that down. And we also have waiting informed so that people are let know where they are in the queue as well. We've also had a slight fall off in the calls that come into our direct line number that are dealt with immediately and then they don't follow through. Again, we've had some changes there in the process, system changes, which we anticipate will lead to an increase in those calls that can be dealt with online. People signposted somewhere, but actually the call will not send them through to adult social care because they don't need that at this particular time. And again, it does depend also on the number of people that get referred to our Somerset Independent Living Centres, which we are referring people to. They don't always go. Just again, like to highlight the one in Taunton is actually in the library. You can go in and see it at any time. It's really helpful. They will give you lots of helpful advice about what you may or may not need, and you can make an appointment with an occupational therapist to actually have your needs assessed. In the housing section, again, we've got problems with people staying in certain accommodation for longer than they should. And we are making several efforts in our strategy to reduce that. We still need more property in Somerset. If there are landlords out there who've got property which they think could be of use to us, we would be very happy to have it brought forward. We just need more property, and the hiatus in building across Somerset, and particularly the affordable housing, due to mostly phosphates and also financial issues across the country, has caused problems, and we still have a large backlog of people waiting for home finder houses and not enough property. But that is something we are trying to address, but it is extremely difficult to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Heather, you want to come back?
I probably only had 3 things to mention. I forgot the third one. Forgive me. Just want to come in to say, I just wanted to draw members' attention to, of course, Monday, the 8th, we have our next children's scrutiny. There is a really helpful paper in there outlining all the work we're doing on fostering, and had some very lovely clear tables where you can actually see the uplift in foster placements, as well as the other issues we're doing to try and support our foster carers. One of the issues, and listen to them and what's important to them, because I know we were concerned about that, particularly through the summer, and we've been doing some good work to do that. So it was just a bit of an ad for please do have a read of it, because it's a very accessible paper and it will answer some questions about fostering.
Any other comments from the members or associate league members? Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Heather. Any other comments from members of council? And I saw Gwyl Wren's hand up, and I'm not seeing it now. Gwyl, are you with us?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I was a little confused by page 5 on the corporate report about the reference to staff sickness, which I've now discovered, having looked into the appendix, that it's a cumulative progress. But as it's written, I couldn't see how a 2.75 increase, or an increase to 3.7 days, could be equated with a target of 2.7 days, 2.2 days. As an acceptable level, but actually if it's accumulating, then I understand it, but it's not what it says in the report. It just baldly says it's improved from red at 2.75 days to green with 3.7, which was what attracted my attention. But as I say, it probably needs clarification, but the clarification is in the tables in the appendix.
From recollect, actually, I'll let Liz Lyshon respond, because she's the one that will probably be able to tell you which paragraph.
I'm not that good, Chair. You have to face up to that. I'll go to Sarah Hawkins, because I believe this is explained later in the paper. and it is, you're right, it's cumulative, and a cumulative, it may be that we need to look at where we better identify where performance measures are accumulative and how we report them. That might be a really helpful steer, Councillor Wren. Sarah, did you want to pick up?
Yeah, just to confirm, so it is cumulative for the year to date. In terms of the target, it's a maximum of 2.2 days per quarter gain. So that's why we're at 2.75 as at the end of quarter one, but actually the quarter two cumulative led us to a total of 3.73 against a 4.4 target. So we really did see a change in quarter two. So yeah, we'll look at how we make that clearer in the report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Sophia.
And crucially, just to add to that, I mean, one of the changes we have made is we've added five quarters worth of data to make it easier to compare with the same quarter last year for targets just like this, where actually they won't necessarily be the same throughout the year. So you want to compare it, but if we do compare it to where we were in the equivalent quarter last year, we were seeing 2.7 days of sickness compared to 3.73 days of sickness now. So that is a significant improvement on where we were 12 months ago.
Thank you very much, CA. I'm just going to read from section 2.18 of our standing orders that questions must be, in the opinion of the chair, not be unreasonable, contain no expressions of opinion, relate to matters for which the council has or may determine a policy, not require the disclosure of confidential or exempt information, and not relate to a matter which is a purely personal concern to an individual or family member. And 2.19, the number of questions and the total time allowed to ask for consideration of such questions will be determined by the chair. Given that we've had references to decapitation of a lead member, I will be very much following that to the letter. I normally follow a principle of being kind, courteous and friendly in this executive. That is not going to happen for the rest of this meeting. Councillor Bob Filmer, please abide by those rules.
Thank you, Chair. No problem. First, I've got a couple of queries. The first one actually was what Will raised, and there was just a general comment. I think the table in the report is really clear when you get to the tables at the back, but the summary at the front actually doesn't help. It confuses matters, so it might be worth looking at how that could be done. The more specific ones that I got on page 25, it's CPE 19, which the query I had, if I could ask, is it raises the issue about residential household waste, and it says that our targets might be a little bit optimistic, but it doesn't say what we're actually doing to try and address the issue, whether we're going to do something to actually improve and encourage people to recycle more and use and put out less waste. So that would be something I would be interested to know. Page 39 is relating to the response to planning. So it looks like there's been a significant drop in the speed at which our other departments are responding to the planning department. Now, planning has enough issues of its own, so I'd just like to know what we're doing to improve that and maybe take some of the pressure off planning. And the last one I was going to ask was page 46, which relates to, I think it's economic prosperity. No, hold on, sorry. It's CPE 17, which is the slightly further down the page. It's infrastructure, and it's relating to the safety defects that we're picking up. And again, it says that there was due to be a meeting in November to look at how this was being dealt with, because there was a significant increase in the amount of time it was taking us to deal with safety defects. So would like to know, did that meeting take place with Kia? And if so, have we now got a plan as to how we're going to deal with it?
We've captured all of those questions. It might be easier to break them down and get them one by one, or in smaller groups, if that were possible. Mr. Hall has just reached for the microphone, which is promising.
Thank you. I'll pick up on the planning one first, if I may. So in terms of the statutory consultee responses, we are seeing challenges with the planning determination and speed of determinations based around statutory consultees, which can be internal and external. So, for example, internal statutory consultees might be highway planning teams, lead local flood authority, ecology, and so forth. So we recognise that some of those are under the gift of the council, though in separate teams. And we operate a planning stability board on a monthly basis where we look at all of the statistics and we can identify how many cases on planning determinations are being held up in those different statutory consultees. So we're focusing our attention on understanding where those blockers are and then understanding the resource implications. So in a bit like planning, we are seeing some resource pressures specifically around the highways planning function and ecology and LLFA. So we are working through what those blockers are and seeking to recruit. We've got a business case coming forward, in fact, to help use some of the planning income to support some of those statutory consultees and try and bring a greater level of resources to those. I think in terms of the, unless Richard's got the answer to hand, in terms of the meeting, we'll need to come back to you with a written response if we may. And in waste, we see some interesting results in the waste KPIs. We're seeing the volume of residual waste climbing. But if you, in the narrative, it's quite clear that that is specifically an average based upon our household waste recycling centres. So it's more people taking more waste to the recycling centres rather than it being the black bin residual waste. So what we would see is we would be particularly concerned if we saw a reduction in curbside recycling and an increase in curbside residual. We're not seeing that. There is a slight reduction in curbside recycling, fairly minor, but nevertheless a reduction there. But we are seeing the increase occur through people taking their waste to the recycling centres. You might recall back in 2024, there was a change in legislation, and we are now required to take DIY waste free of charge when previously there were restrictions in place. So an uplift in materials going through HWRCs isn't a complete surprise off the back of that. And we have very high percentages of those materials being recycled through HWRCs.
Okay, was that all the questions? I didn't make a note of them. Thank you very much for your reasonable and opinion-free questions. Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. There's just two questions on the appendix, the item CFE 14, which is around schools exclusions, and CFE 18, which is around the EHCPs. On the school exclusions, I'm just wondering what work is being done to dig deeper into those kind of stories, and are there schools performing better when it comes to exclusions that may be doing something differently to others that are giving us better results for children? And the second one around the EHCPs, again, I'm wondering how we compare to other authorities, probably not too dissimilar, but there may be a great difference there. And also, as part of learning, which you mentioned some work that we're doing, are we listening to parents? And if so, how are we listening to them? Because they may have ideas and suggestions, those that have gone through the process, to do things differently.
Thank you very much, Heather.
No, thank you very much. Absolutely. Certainly on the exclusion, sorry, first off, we've done a number of pilots. About a year or so ago, we did one completely in-house, where what we discovered really was that if we took 90 children who we knew were at risk of exclusion, and we set some resources to that, a person, a small amount of money, and all bar 5 of those children did not get excluded, and they were the ones that were virtually on the point of exclusion when we identified them. So we know how to do it. What we need to do is make sure we have all of the resource in there to support schools at the beginning, and that's really what we're trying through curriculum support, through educational psychology support. We're trying really hard to get that in with the finite resources that we have. And of course, in some schools, only one of our secondary schools is completely, in a sense, only one sort of within our control. All the others are academised, and I'm certainly not demonising academies by any means, but we have influence there rather than control. It's a bit more 50-50 with primaries. We've also been recently, and I just need to find more information about this, so I'm happy to come back to you on it. There's also been a pilot running with our colleagues in health as well, again, around ensuring that health is we're all working together in a partnership way to keep children in school. Having children in school is the most protective factor and the most helpful factor, as well as good for them. So there are a few things we have been doing, and lots of things we're trying to do all at the same time, if you like, when we've got limited ability. I don't have the data on. We've got data on exclusion levels, I think, by school, but I don't have those. And again, I can look into that to see what we can share. there's good schools, bad schools. Obviously, you know, they work in different ways. So, but we have worked very hard in the last year or so through the Education for Life Board to ensure our relationships with schools are as good as they can be, and that we're seen as a supportive factor for them and not a difficult one. So I think I'll stop at that one and get more information for you. The other one on the HCPs, again, there is some benchmarking data. Again, I can't remember what they are. Will be in the pack somewhere. Certainly, I can find that kind of information out for you. It's always good to know where you are, but actually, you've got to change what you're doing. That's the most important thing. We work extremely closely and hard with our parent carer forum to listen to in a collective way, then listen to what parents experience, but absolutely anything that we make changes to processes, then that co-design, co-production, those awful phrases, working with parents to make sure that the policies that we do, or changes we make, not so much policies, but service changes, we listen to them. So again, that's work we have to keep on doing on a regular basis. So some of it's through the Parent Carer Forum, and of course we've always reached out in recent times. There are a number of more informal groupings, if you like, of parents, you'll know them in your own area, who support each other, who have children who have special educational needs. And again, we reach out as much as possible to listen to those and individuals. So we have a wide range of doing it. We can always do more, though. I could point to any local authority and any service within our local authority, any of them, whoever runs them, doesn't matter. We can always do more to listen to people who draw on our services.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to add to that, we've had an organisation called the Send Army and another organisation whose name immediately escapes me.
Every pair tells a story.
That was the one. Who've come to County Hall. We've enjoyed engaging with them and listening to their stories, and we followed up that with them. I'm also aware that all of our MPs, or some of our MPs rather, have had send round tables with parents as well, and I know Heather has attended a number of those, and not everybody is happy to engage in the Parent Carer Forum process, but we do make sure that we capture as many of those routes and avenues as we can.
Sorry, Chair, just also, I must not forget this. We also have the Sendia service, which is a service which is statutorily required, but they really are our Jiminy Cricket. They are our actual independent voice as well, who will support people with with children who are going through that process. So they are also important. But again, not everybody rocks up there, but they're there to help, and we would always support them.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions from members. No. Okay, so we move on to the recommendation. The committee is asked to review the performance information provided within Appendix A, in particular narrative relating to the performance this quarter. So, proposed Councillor Lyshawn, seconded by Councillor Wilkins. Those in favour? Those against? Sarah, thank you so much for all your hard work on this area and bringing this report to us, and for your presentation. And we now move on to strategic risk and high scoring tactical and operational risk, quarter two.
Thank you again, Chair. And thank you for staying there, Sarah. So this report, quarter two on risk, outlines the risk profile of Somerset Council following review for quarter two. And as a reminder for colleagues, as part of our new risk approach, we are now sharing all strategic risks and high scoring tactical and operational risks. That's those scoring 16 plus. So providing a more transparent and detailed overview of our risk profile. I'd like to draw my colleagues' attention to the obvious fact that some of the greatest risks are often those that are not recognised or seen. We do have a very comprehensive register of risks, and I welcome that. We're continuing to work with services across the council to embed the new risk management approach, and this is reflected in the quarter two report, with more services now using IdeaGen to track and monitor their risks. And risks related to the delivery of the Inspiring Innovation Transformation project and programme are also now being transferred onto the IdeaGen system. Before I hand over to Sarah again, to take us through the changes in risk profile for Q2, I want to share with colleagues that the South West Audit Partnership have recently undertaken an internal audit to assess the design and operational effectiveness of Somerset Council's risk management approach and consider how it aligns to recognised best practice. I'm very pleased to report that internal audit recognises the, quote, significant steps taken to improve risk management that have been, quote, made over a short period of time, and the, quote, generally sound system of governance, risk management and control that is in place, end quote. That audit has also provided us with areas to explore to further strengthen and embed risk management, and that guidance on where we can improve further is equally welcome. Chair, I would like to take the opportunity, if I may, to thank Sarah Cretney, Sarah Hawkins and their colleagues for the work that they have been doing on risk for this council. I believe that this is a significant improvement and one that I hugely welcome. If I may, I'd like to hand over to Sarah again. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Liz. I'll touch first on the strategic risk profile and the change in that profile from Q1 to Q2. So compared to the Q1 position, we have 9 strategic risks that remain the same, 2 have increased, 1 has decreased, and we also have 1 new strategic risk. Before I touch on the detail of those, I just wanted to make clear the change that's happened in terms of the children's and adult strategic risks. You may remember previously they were combined as a single risk in terms of the risk to delivering our statutory duties for both of those areas. What we've done is now separate those out so that we have a separate risk for adults and a separate risk for children's, and we hope that will really help enable a more accurate reflection and differentiation between the risk profiles and also aid focus and understanding on the impact of the mitigations. So hopefully that will bring more clarity going forwards. Just covering the 2 increases. So the first one of those is Org 002, which is the potential council failure to address statutory responsibilities around children, families and education services. That has increased from a 16 to a 25. One of the drivers of that, when the service has assessed that, is due to some of the delays experienced in recruiting staff and delays to mobilising the transformation projects and programmes, which will be critical to continuing to meet current and future needs. The other one that's increased is Org 11, and I think we touched on it as part of the performance report. And that's the escalation in the high needs budget pressures on the cumulative deficit. That's increased from 20 to 25, and that is reflective of the ongoing delays to the reforms, but also the continuing trend of increasing demand, cost and complexity. In terms of the decrease in risk profile, that's Org 10, and that's the risk of our in-year overspent. That's gone from a 12 to a 9, and that reflects the favourable movement from Q1 to Q2, which obviously will be run through later today. The new strategic risk is Org 13, and that's about the importance of leadership of the people strategy and the potential negative impact on staff motivation if that's not effective. So our people strategy is obviously a critical enabler of change, and our corporate leadership team have taken ownership of leading that forwards. This will be mitigated through the Directorate Workforce People Plans. We will also add, as a mitigation to that risk, the work that's going on in terms of the Culture Development Programme as part of the Inspiring Innovation Programme. In terms of the tactical and operational risks, so those high scoring, you'll note that we've got an increased number compared to Q1, so 21 going up to 27. I think because of the work that's happening to really make sure we've got that overview of risk across the organisation and that we're engaging with all services to make sure we've got that overview on IdeaGen, it's hard to say that that's reflective of an increased risk profile. I think it really is more reflective of the work that is being done across services to make sure that we have visibility of our risks across the organisation. And that's also reflected in that in IdeaGen as a whole, we've now got 251 risks registered on there compared to 205 previously at Q1. A couple of things that I just wanted to note in terms of a change to the way that we're reporting. We're now including the mitigating action due dates in the appendices of the report. So Appendix A, for example, includes all of those strategic risks and should have the due dates of the mitigating actions. We hope that will aid improved understanding of the progress of those actions and assessment of their impact. We've also done some work in terms of the internal controls. They've been updated to ensure that we're really clear about the policies and procedures that provide ongoing assurance, and that work will continue and was something picked up by that internal audit recently, which was really good to see. So we'll continue to work with services in that area. I'll pause there and take questions.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So it's question time. Go ahead.
Mine is just a very simple question. When looking at the scoring in the appendixes, can you explain how we get to the inherent score, even though those are different for each one? Just an overview, just so that we can understand the background and then how you then move forward as to where we are today for Q1 and Q2.
Yeah, thank you. So the inherent score is the position if we were to do nothing. So if we didn't do anything, that would be at the point that we assess the risk, what we believe the risk profile to be. What we've actually done, taking some feedback, and unfortunately it's not in the executive report today, but it will be going forward, is have an annotated version of the appendix report, just so that we're really, really clear on what each part of that report is saying. So that is included in time for scrutiny this Friday, and we'll include it in the future executive reports. That will also include the risk scoring matrix, so hopefully that will help going forwards.
Hi, thank you, Sarah. Thank you for explaining so much about some of the children's risks. I just have a question on page 76, just around the there's an updated org 002 about the council failing to address the statutory responsibilities in children's, and it's got a 38% completion, and I again, a bit like Fed's question, is how we get to those percentages to understand what's behind the 38. So it's 76 on that path. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that is the new part of the report. Apologies, I should have mentioned that in my intro. So what we haven't done previously is really bring in that view of what's the progress against the mitigations overall. So that is, of all of the mitigations that are currently in place against that risk, taking the percentage progress of all of those, what's the overall? Yeah, what's the overall approximate completion? So for example, I think this will help us as we progress through. If we're seeing that we're completing a lot of those mitigating actions, but we're not seeing a change in the risk profile, then it means that we've got, we can ask different questions. What else can we do to address the risk? So yes, apologies, I should have mentioned that is a new inclusion as part of our quarterly reporting.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yes, thank you. I do find this way of reporting much easier to understand. Thank you very much for the clarity on that and the detail that you've got. I just wanted to highlight about how rough sleeping it is a problem in Somerset. It's a problem across the country. We have had an increase in numbers of rough sleeping, but the reason the risk has gone down is because we are now starting to manage it more effectively. We have 2 social workers working in the homelessness field with the team out and about, and that is really making a difference to them and to the sort of work they can do. And it means we can engage with people better. We can find out in more detail what they need, and there's multiple complex issues for a lot of people who are rough sleeping. We're also doing a lot of work in trying to prevent people becoming homeless, and that is also helping, although we are still in a situation where we haven't enough property, as I said earlier. But thank you. I think it does help with the report.
Anybody else? Any more? Okay, go to other members. Bob, was that a wave? It was. I wasn't sure whether it was dismissive, no, or a yes, please.
Yeah,
Go
if
for it,
I
Bob.
could. It was really just a quick query on page, where are we? Page 80. And all I was going to ask is that within the report, I think it is very clear as to all the risks and how they change. One thing that I may have missed, but I couldn't find, was the 3 risks that have been downgraded and knocked off, being looked at, which was relating off-site storage. It would just be useful to have something in the narrative as to why they've gone, because all the rest of it explains what's going on, but when someone drops off the list, it doesn't explain why they've gone.
We can certainly include that in the future.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question on Appendix D around EHCPs again. I know it's been mentioned, and Councillor Shearer mentioned about the educational psychologist, and it's sort of in this report as well. I'm only wondering, there's no mitigating action around trying to deal with that educational psychologist lack of being able to recruit, and I'm just wondering if there's any particular work being done around that to try and encourage those to come into the organisation. So as I say, there's no mitigating actions on that in particular.
Forgive me for the absence of the mitigation there. I mean, certainly you kind of piece it together, but it's almost you have like Miss Marple to work it out. At the moment, we're certainly paying for. We had a business case in to say that we need more educational psychologists. They're very hard to recruit. It's a national shortage of them. It really is difficult, and they also have a different type of sort of working arrangement. They don't kind of. Their contract is slightly different to you'd have for normal members of staff, but we do have locums in at the moment where we're paying for kind of casual EHCP, EP, sorry, to help with the EHCP assessments, and we have got business plans in place to actually get more in. So they're the major mitigations that we have, and that would fall in also with the other things that we're doing as a council around, you know, trying to ensure more generally this is an attractive place to work, everything's very supportive, and all the rest of it. But yeah, that we have, it's mainly at this point to get the EPs in, and I think we get the permissions to keep locums where we need them because we have the business need, whereas ordinarily we wouldn't be doing that. We'd be trying to let locums go, but we cannot afford not to have people in this position. We have considered in the past, and we have used in the past, an external consultancy who would come in and do the writing of the EHCPs, but that, although it gave us some support, it wasn't as effective as actually having the right numbers of EPs and having them work as effectively as they can. So when we have them in, we have to make sure that we get them through and get. Can I say this about a member of staff? But we have to ensure that we enable their productivity by all of our systems wrapping around them to make them as effective as possible.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments or questions. So we go to our recommendations. So the recommendations are that we consider and endorse the current strategic risk profile set out in Appendix A, including new strategic risks highlighted above, and consider the current high-scoring tactical and operational risks set out in Appendices B, summary, C, D, E, F and G, detailed by directorate, considered whether the proposed mitigating actions are adequate and appropriate to address concerns, and consider and identify any areas of potential scrutiny focus. Proposed by Councillor Liz Lysholm, seconded by Councillor Heather Shearer. Those in favour, those against, that is clearly carried. And Sarah, once again, our undying thanks for these reports that you bring to us and for all the work that goes behind that. And please pass that on to the rest of the team.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, in the next instalment of the Liz Lysholm show, we have agenda item 9, which is the General Fund Revenue and Capital Budget Monitoring, Q2, end of September 25, which is on pages 177 to 296. Councillor Lysholm to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. So this third of our suite of Q2 reports shows that our expenditure is still greater than our income. And we know that our budget was set with 43 million of capitalisation directive, and also with corporate contingency and business risk totaling 15 million. We see in the paper the service overspend And we also see at item 20 on the paper, the explanation of reduced non-service costs. We're borrowing, for instance, for the dedicated schools grant deficit has not materialised in this financial year. We will, in time, before the next budget setting, of course, be reviewing our entire capital programme in order to understand our need for borrowing in the next financial year, bearing in mind that we do not yet have the provisional local government settlement. We also need to acknowledge from this paper that the overachievement in collection fund must be caveated due to the work on migration from 4 separate revs and bends systems to 1. We do have some commitments, as we've heard and agreed at previous executive meetings, on the contingency and from the business risk reserve. They are clearly identified in this report. There are many things of interest. I would just draw colleagues' attention to the debtor management and also the Innovation Fund, seed funding for bright ideas throughout the council as we're moving into our whole council transformation programme, Inspiring Innovation. If I may, Chair, I would like to hand over to our Deputy 151 Officer, Nicola Hicks, for the detail on this Q2 paper, please.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. So on start of page 177, paragraph 4 talks about the 43 million EFS that Councillor Lation has just mentioned. It's really fundamental that members note that if we didn't have that, we would be currently facing an overspend of 43.727 million. So very significant figure there. Table 1 on page 179. If you just go down through the report, shows the services which Councillor Lation also mentioned just in terms of the month 6 variance, which is forecast at 7.205 million. So that is services spending more than their budget, which is kind of fundamental in terms of financial stability. We need to try and mitigate that, bring that down, bring it back into budget where possible, and mitigations are covered where possible in each of the appendices where services have been able to identify these. Bullet point 12, which details the key variance in movements. I think it's important to note from the Q1 paper that members seen, all services have a decreased forecast from what was presented in Q1, apart from children's, families and education. So Councillor Shearer in a previous paper has already spoken about the increased number of children that we're seeing come in. We're also seeing some of the placement costs are significantly higher than what we'd budgeted for average cost of placement. So we're actually seeing above a £500 increase in each of the placement costs than was originally forecast. So external placements for children's make up that of their forecast overspend. They make up 1.1 million of that. The remainder of that overspend is with regards to Send Transport, which is around 959,000 there. The list of reasons for that is clearly detailed in the appendix, which is on page 208 and 209. So please ensure members note those if challenged on why we are experiencing those costs as authority. But should we just go down through the main report? Page 182 shows the total forecast service overspend there, which is mitigated by underspends in the non-service areas, Councillor Lation said. I think just really the importance there of we are still utilising the £43 million capitalisation directive there in terms of the exceptional financial support to get down to a forecast position of 727 for the year. Page 183 talks about the DSG deficit, now forecast to be 106 million. 106.505 million. Members will note everything that's kind of hit the press recently in terms of government announcements about absorbing the Send spending into our overall budget from 28-29. It's absolutely critical that we control and mitigate the DSG deficit and the importance of delivering against the DMP that members have signed off. Progress on the DMP is included in a separate appendix to this report, which is an addition appendix in Appendix CI. I would say we are looking to improve the information in this appendix. This is the first time we've reported this, and we're working closely with the service in terms of how we present the information and the update to members. Just in terms of capital, jumping down to capital on page 188, I think it's really fundamental that members note the progress of spend against the capital programme is significantly lower than what we would expect to see it at this time of year. So we're down to 51 million with a forecast. Budget holders are still forecasting for another 200 million to go out by the end of the financial year. So the finance team are doing a lot of work on capital at the minute in preparation for the 26-27 budget. We've actually brought additional capacity into the team to actually really unpick some of what's happening with capital, because obviously from a capital programme point of view, we are seeing slippage and we are seeing the monitoring of the capital could be better than what it currently is across all of the services. We're also seeing the impact of that on the revenue, which we recognise that has been the case for the prior year as well. So we're actually we've brought additional capacity in to have a look at that and look at our end-to-end processes with capital. But happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, observations? Ooh, not seeing anybody? Go on then, Sarah.
Well, it looks a pretty okay sort of a picture at the moment. I mean, it's not fantastic, but I would quite like a bit more of a view as whether we're going in the right direction. It looks to me as we are. I think you mentioned placing children in care, and I'm sorry, but I have to mention this again. The government has to do something about this. It's run by private equity firms, not by people in this country necessarily, and they charge as much as they can for our children to be put into care, and you compete with other authorities for places in Somerset, which should go to Somerset children first, in my view. I think that would be a very easy thing for them to bring in and say, you have to offer it to local children first. So that we could keep our children in Somerset. But we must get something done about this. It is an absolute scandal that the government are allowing private equity to take taxpayers' money to pay for our children who need and deserve the care they should get locally.
Let's let Heather have first go. We'll go to Councillor Rigby, and I might even pitch in on this one.
Thank you. I know it's a very popular subject. Councillor Wakefield, now we're doing surnames, is absolutely right. I know, again, from being away and listening to what the Parliamentary Under Secretary has been talking about. I mean, the government is talking about there being a profit cap as a backstop, but a backstop feels too late, as it were. So that's an interesting thing. But you're right. We can all pile in on whether governments do things right or wrong, and we all have our opinions. And I would hold anyone's coat on that one. Lobbying is really important. But what I did want to say in terms of what we're doing here, because we can only really affect what we're doing here. So a couple of things. One is the very good point about homes for children from Somerset, in Somerset, not being in competition with our neighbours. We're at the fledgling start of organising a Southwest Alliance, where we try and get all 14 or 15, if you include silly hours, all 14 of the Southwest local authorities together to actually work collaboratively, so that we do open book with each other. We know what we're spending, we know what we're paying, because it's a bit like airline seats. You can have a different price for the same bed in a house, or two beds in the same house at different prices depending on who's asking. That we have to do everything we can to work collaboratively, and we're starting this process already, and that's actually tying in with the government's new regional care cooperative concept. So coincidentally, or not coincidentally, it's going in that direction to try and work more collaboratively. I think that's the first thing to say. The other one is also, we've all been very pleased, and this, this is a great thing for Somerset generally. Our Homes and Horizons, a concept of having our own homes, but run with our partners, and particularly for Homes and Horizons, which is a very high need quite intensive support for the most challenged children that we have, bringing them back into the county. Brilliant. And that has that three-way split with Homes and Shore Trust providing the care, if you like, providing the looking after in the homes, having CAMS there with an equal partnership, and ourselves providing the capital for the homes. That's working brilliantly. But we're actually looking to scope something which is like a step down from that, where we can work with social capital providers, so we don't have to do the capital in the houses, and then work with somebody like maybe a Shore Trust who could then buy those homes, three-bedroom homes, or for 3 children, because we don't pile them high and sell them cheap. We create homes which feel like homes for children. That's the best practice. But where we can again bring more beds into Somerset that we have more control over, and someone like a Shore Trust or similar will have, okay, so they cover their cost and have a small amount that is a surplus which goes back into good works. It's not all going offshore. So if we could just find, I don't know, 50 beds in that way, that would make a huge difference to that cost, because you're right, as Nicola said, the cost, our placement cost is not just about the volumes increasing, but the price is increasing. So I just wanted to share those things. The steps we're taking at that kind of macro level, as well as, I mean, there are underspends on commissioning. We try and drive as hard a bargain as we can.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to wear a slightly different hat for a second or two. One of the bizarre things that's happened is I've become chair of Southwest Councils, which brings together all the councils across the Southwest Peninsula. And one of the issues that we wanted to start moving forward with is around procurement. And the first thing that we are looking to do is to organise I suppose it's a cartel around us commissioning these services from these providers. I'd never thought I'd end up as the head of a cartel. There we go. Life has these unexpected turns, doesn't it? Councillor Rigby.
Thanks. Heather's pretty much covered everything I was going to say. I was going to agree with Sarah in that we need to find a way out of being beholden to these, very, very large profit-making companies capitalizing and effectively exploiting the situation that we have with children that we need to look after. Homes for Horizons, I think, has been a huge success, and whatever we can do to secure more capital to expand that program, we need to do as quickly as possible so that we can cut our revenue costs.
Clive, did you want to come in?
Just very quickly on the point about, are we in the right direction of travel, Councillor Wakefield's point. Yes, we are very much in the right direction of travel for this year, but we do need to remember that the budget we set was with that £43 million worth of capitalisation. So we essentially set a budget of minus 43 million, i.e. we're spending 6% more than we have as income coming in. Had we not had the offsets from the Treasury underspends, we would be seeing a 7 million overspend, which would have meant that's effectively a 50 million net deficit. So I'm just saying that from the point of view of being complacent. What we need to do this year is make sure we come in or under the budget we set for ourselves. That is good direction of travel, but going forward, we still need to push forward to make sure we get that balanced and spend within our means.
Thank you. I've got Councillor. Oh, sorry, was there any other members of the executive that wanted to comment? No. I've got Councillor Lee Redmond first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the papers. I support the comments 100% in relation to the care placements. Any work that we can do to make it easier for us to find care for our most needy children, to bring them back as local as possible is welcomed. I know that it's been said before, but if we look at the Southwest as a whole, you'll probably find that there are more children from other people's counties in our county homes than there are vice versa. So anything we can do to change that would be welcomed. I come in specifically to speak to the papers in relation to the designated school grant and the deficit management plan. I think the papers highlights the complex nature of the plan and the work that's being done. It's more a matter of, I just wanted to ask the executive, or specifically in relation to one of the recommendations from Children's Scrutiny when we discussed the deficit management plan, in specifically to some sort of oversight of this. it's very complex. It's cross-cutting of all the different elements of council. I know I've spoken with the lead member and we're moving forward on this, but I think we need to get something in place at the earliest opportunity to allow some interested bodies and those with the correct knowledge to have oversight of this plan. It's complex. There's no two ways about it, and it's a massive risk for the council. So the sooner we can get something in place so that we can start making sure that we challenge these things. At the moment, we have a large number of policies going through council. My concern is that the scrutiny committee will do its best to have some oversight, but little bites here, little bites there will eventually create a big hole, and I hope we don't fall into it. Thank you, Chair.
And can I thank Councillor Redmond for his comments, which are absolutely right. The deficit management plan is critical to us going forward. Whilst we're not sure yet of future government policy, we do know that government have said that they will be taking on board SEND costs from April 28, but all the deficits for local authorities before then will be absorbed by authorities. But they haven't yet said how that will be funded. So we've got half the equation. So it leaves us with two extreme possibilities, but we don't know the answer to it. What we do know is it's important that we get our own local deficit as low as we possibly can. So if that has to be taken against our reserves, it doesn't leave us in the position where we are at risk of a Section 114 report. But we have to balance that off. So the importance of driving the deficit management plan and achieving everything that we set out to do in there, I cannot stress enough in terms of the very existence of this council. It's of that kind of nature.
Thank you very much. Very little to add to what both Lee and Clive have said. I couldn't agree more. It is the most important thing. I mean, it's the most important thing for the kids, but it's the most important thing for this council because we haven't got a choice. I'm really grateful to work as well as I do with Lee. I'm sure I can say that, Lee. We're working, and I think you're right. It's a good reminder because I had been away for a week and I'm still technically away at the moment, but I've come back. I will make sure that we push that forward because I think it's really important. It's a complementary thing because we have the transformation work, the thematic transformation work that we're looking at within the council. We've got the fantastic support through finance for modelling and for holding us to account and to tracking those savings and tracking the spend, which is done in that patch of good work. And then if we can have that wonderful the proper oversight from, as I say, 3 or 4 really key members. I want this to be, we both want this to be real work, not sitting in a room being fed some reports and having a chat. And one of the things I'd really like to get now for Lee and whoever is involved with this is we kind of need we need that kind of like a roadmap or a map of all of the levers we're trying to pull on the DMP, so you can see them all at once, and then those members can decide where they want to look, what part of the service they want to delve into, what do they want to do to hold us to account. Because I think that'd be really important. So I'm with you on that one, Lee, and we'll make sure we get something in the diary to progress this as soon as possible.
Thank you, Heather. And Francis. Good morning, Francis.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, in fact, some of my the questions I was going to ask have now been touched on. What I thought I heard was our officers telling us that from 2028, all SEND spending was going to be our responsibility, and that clearly isn't the case for the future running, and I thank you for the clarification on that. I also have been trying to find out, as one does, what the direction of travel is over the current overspend and the Office of Budget Responsibilities warnings that dumping it on councils will be much too destabilising, while absolutely we have to concentrate on making sure that we reduce the risk to this council. We have to do it in a way that does not damage children while we continue the push with government as to how this should be dealt with. And you will remember, of course, that the statutory override was stopping in 18, 19, 17, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. We must de-risk ourselves as much as we can. We must put the children first. And we do need to be aware that it is not yet settled. So I would ask the executive to continue its work to ensure that the government doesn't destabilise local authorities over this undoubtedly very serious issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson, and thank you. I think that was just basically supportive of the approach that we've been taking. I know wearing, well, this is the third hat of the morning, my CCN hat where I speak for SEND and Children's Services on a national level, that there is considerable concern that the impact that this will have on authorities that have responsibilities for those services. And we do hope that once we get the white paper, in the run up to that white paper, we have that dialogue with government to be able to understand the impact that the deficits will have on our overall financial position. This is a situation that people have known about for some considerable time, and regardless of which government and regardless of what political colour the councils are, it's a problem that needs sorting. So we need to get it sorted. Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on a point that Clive Heafy raised about the importance of driving the deficit management plan forward. And he said that he cannot stress enough to the very existence of this council. So just my one question, because I don't think it was clear in the Appendix CI. The first recommendation of the People 2 recommendations said, in order to provide the capacity to drive SEND transformation, we recommend recruiting to the head of SEND as soon as possible. Could I have just some clarity? Have we now got that head of SEND in post 8 months after that recommendation?
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Rodriguez. No problem at all. I'd want what we've in the restructuring that took place from the 1st of April this year, we did make some major changes to the way the directorates were formed. So whereas there had been a kind of SEND and inclusion and education and then social care as 3 separate items, the decision was made to put SEND, inclusion and education into one whole team. And when we were thinking that one through about this time last year, what we wanted was almost like a head of the DMP was kind of more the phrase, rather than say a head of SEND per se. We wanted somebody who could come in and oversee that change. Now I might look to my left to see where we are with where we are on recruitment, because I do get confused and I've been out for a bit. But what we've done now is we've gone in for a 2-year interim head, like program manager for SEND, reflecting exactly what's been said about how important, not SEND, program manager for the DMP, because the DMP is that real key part of what we have to do. So it's not that we haven't got anybody. We have got somebody, I think, who started a couple of weeks ago, I think, in that regard. And I just did check.
Yes, I believe I met him in the lift the other day.
Excellent. I didn't want to say, because I sat in a room like this and said, they're starting on Monday. And then it was like Wednesday. I went, oh, so I don't like making it up. I don't want to busk. But we do have, a very good interim program manager for this very key role. So rather than getting a head of SEND in a traditional sense, that's what we thought we needed in the strategy, in the structure.
Just to say, I think it's fair to say we know, as the report reflected earlier, we're not in the best of places in this area. So we are actually looking at bringing some further resource into this area as well. So we don't have that head of SEND post, as Councillor Shearer is rightly flagging, as we did when the People 2 report was written, but we have got that DMP programme manager in. However, we are also looking at bringing some additional resource into that area, because I think we need more support than we currently have. And we have had some issues with sickness in that area as well, which has meant that we're maybe a bit further behind than we'd like to be in terms of improvement.
Thank you. And Councillor Filmer. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you. It's just a query on page 184, table 3, talks about it. It's talking about the delivery of savings. Under finance and procurement, last year we failed to deliver 0.57 million. On our list this year, there's 0.57 million undeliverable. Is that coincidentally the same number, or is that the same saving that we didn't deliver last year that we're not going to deliver this year? I couldn't see that in the report. And I have got another question after that, but I'll let you go on that one first.
Councillor Filmer, that's a good spot. So it is indeed the same number. So it should have been dealt with last year and it wasn't. So that has been mitigated this financial year by other underspends in the service area, and there's a pressure gone in requests for 26-27, which has been offset by saving also going forward for 26-27. So that will be dealt with.
Oh, go on then, Bob. Thank you. The other query was relating to delivery again of savings. Page 232, There's comment in there about saving, I think it's about £250,000 in terms of tree maintenance. This year, I know we had to up our budget because we've got a lot of problems with ash dieback across the county. I just wondered how deliverable that 250 saving is, bearing in mind the pressures that the team are going to be under. And the only other query I had was relating to capital. There's a saving, or no, there's a non-delivery, a budget slippage of about half of the rights of way budget on page 280. Again, would like to understand a little bit why that's happening, because obviously it's an important section that obviously parishes take a particular interest in, the delivery of our rights of way, and just wondered why that was a slippage on the capital budget.
If I may, Chair, I'll provide you a written response if I don't have those to hand. Thank you.
Okay, anything more? Super duper. So we move to our recommendations. Reading glasses need to go on for this one. The executive notes the council is forecasting a service overspend revenue position of 7.205 million for 25-26. Note the council is forecasting a total overspend revenue position of 7.27 for 25-26. Agree the mitigating actions. Did I get that wrong? 0.727. Well, thank you for spotting that. Agree the mitigating actions that are to be identified and implemented by the relevant executive and service director in order to reduce any overspends, to take action and to contribute to the long-term financial sustainability of the authority. Note the in-year forecast overspend on the DSG of 44.513 million against the current budget funding of 164.326 million. Note the total forecast DSG year-end deficit of 106.505 million, as set out in Appendix C. Approve an in-year adjustment to increase the budget alignment saving within partnerships, localities and culture from 1 million to 1.3 million to offset the undeliverable 0.3 million rental income saving in economic development, skills and climate. On paragraph 29, note the collection rates for council tax and business rates as set out in paragraphs 36, 37 and 38. H, to note the quarterly update on the prudential indicators detailed in Appendix L. Note the outstanding debt position as detailed in Chart 2 within Appendix K. Note the level of general reserves is 63.2 million. Risk-based assessment minimum 31.104 million, maximum 62.208 million. Note the capital programme forecast outturn for 25-26 is 197.987 million against a budget of 212.507 million. In Table 6, approved conditions to the capital budget of 0.955 million as detailed in Table 7, and approved return to the capital budget of 1.051 million as detailed in Table 7. And I'm tempted to put in an amendment that we need a defib in case I read things wrong again. Do I have a proposal? Councillor Lyshawn. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts. All those in favour, please. All those against, that's clearly carried. Thank you very much. And we have agenda item 10. Yeah, sorry, I was just slightly confused there. My voice is off. It's like having a prompt when you're not quite sure what the prompt is saying. Agenda item 10, housing revenue account, revenue and capital budget monitoring report, quarter 2, end of September 25. Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. I have the pleasure of bringing forward the budget and how it's looking for the HRA for quarter 2. As you will see within section 7, we are at the moment forecasting an underspend of 0.286 million, as well as looking at what the capital programme of what we're spending at 74.4 million. For me, from my own personal point of view, the housing revenue account is doing well at the moment. There are still some challenges, and you will see that when we have some overspends in certain areas. we've had to do some additional upholding of properties in relation to Duke Street as an example, so that we have a longer term voids, but that's so that we can undertake maintenance and capital programme elements to some of those properties. For those that were able to attend the Homes in Somerset event that took place last week, that demonstrated where they look after the development for both the in-house service and the Homes in Somerset Almo, just the different programme that we are running and how successful that is being, not just within what I call the old M5 corridor, but how we're now slowly branching out into different areas. So I want to say on Friday, we signed the contracts in relation to Charlton Adams, which is our kind of first branch out into that area of South Somerset. And we've also last week had Seaward Way handed over to us by the developers. So again, that was a once in a generation opportunity to build homes within Minehead. So from my point of view, that's a huge success. And it's positive that us as a council are not only undertaking our capital programme where we take care of the properties that we already own, but also that we are looking to build properties to help alleviate some of the housing pressures that we see across the county. When we look at the final recommendation that we're being asked to do as an executive, that is around a process that we follow as a council, where we want the executive to take on the rent setting and fees and charges. It's crucial that we do that in a timely manner, sometimes with our own meetings as full councils and having the different movement of dates where we're needing the general fund to do its own process. By actually asking full council to delegate that to us here at the executive, just helps that run smoother from 26-27, because we do need to ensure that our tenants know what their rent's going to be and have that set in a calm and measured way.
Comments or questions? Just to echo the delights that we are taking on the first council houses in West Somerset for a generation and the first council houses in South Somerset for a generation. Only Mendip to go. Thank you very much for the reports. Kerry, was there anything you wanted to add?
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Liz.
Notwithstanding the comment about the former Mendip area, where I know there are spades in the ground on houses being built by Astor on council-owned land in the former Mendip area, I just want to say how much I welcomed that evening event at Homes in Somerset in Bridgewater House. It is a joy not just to hear of the developments, but actually to speak to those officers who are ensuring the maintenance and the good housekeeping of our housing stock, and then to hear people who look very young to me talking with such knowledge and enthusiasm about these housing developments across Somerset. It is an absolute joy. And I want to thank my colleague Federica for ensuring that we know everything that is going on with housing revenue account work, and also how that is working with housing, which is now with adults, and how we will be able to build a better future for Somerset the more we can do this good work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Liz, any other comments from lead members or associate lead members? Any comments from other members? Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. I may have missed something at a previous meeting, but just wondering around the slippage into future years of 3.3 million. Is there somewhere I can find some detail onto what that is?
Kerry.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to spin down to the appendices and just see if it helps to explain that further for you. Just to remind officers that in terms of the total capital programme, it is a total of 265 million for the 5 years. They plan to spend 79 in this financial year, and with the current forecast of 74, if that does slip into future financial years, it will then be spent in like next year, for example. So it kind of relates to perhaps kind of delays in kind of contract delivery, maybe. Or it might be related to, for example, just not needing to replace as many components, but I can get the detail and send it on if that's okay.
Councillor Power. Hello, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Rodriguez actually took my question. I was about to answer that one. Sorry, don't worry, that's fine. I just wanted to say, unfortunately, I couldn't attend the event due to work commitments. I think it was last week or the week before. But it's really positive to see, and just another positive comment to make. That it's actually positive to see that some housing stock is actually being put into South Somerset. I believe one's been put into Langport. So it's nice to see that some of the stock's actually coming to the eastern side, so my side of Somerset. So fingers crossed in the future that can develop further. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, for your support. Councillor Healy. Good morning, Mark.
Morning, Leader. Yes, it's all very nice. I attended the meeting with other colleagues. Yes, very positive. Peter Hatch, I think, is a very good chief executive, taking homes in Somerset forward. The question I've got to ask you though is this, Leader, through you, Chairman, etc. It all sounds very lovely until you come to the planning. All I'm hearing throughout my division and others is the fact you've got major developers pulling their hair out because they can't get planning. You've got agents saying they can't get planning, they're not being paid. So I want to see more houses being built as well, irrelevant. I'm not trying to be facetious when I say that, forgive me, but we have to pick up this planning business, have to get it forward so we can expand and we can bring more homes into Somerset and beyond. Thank you.
Yep, thank you for your question. I think you said my leader. I'm slightly nervous about that. Are we going for a coffee later?
But Leader, as you said earlier on, we're all nice together. There's no point in being facetious.
Councillor Rigby.
Thanks. It's a good question. We all know that planning's been through the mill in the last couple of years. There's a national shortage of planners. We're all competing in a fairly small pool for more planners to come and work for us across the board in development management, policy and enforcement. What we do have though is the very positive outcome from the prioritising decisions period, which I know you were all in favour of, which meant that we managed to get the backlog of planning applications down to about 1,200. That's a major achievement, and I know people will say, well, there's still 1,200 applications in the pipeline. There will always be a number of applications in the pipeline. We think an acceptable number is around 900 for an authority of this size, and we've benchmarked that with other authorities. So we're a little way above that at the moment, but not that much. So when we came together as 5 councils on day one, I think we had about 2,500 planning applications. So this is a problem of some standing that we're making really good progress in getting through, but there's more to be done. As you know, we've appointed a new service director for planning, and one of their key tasks will be managing that recruitment and retention issue and getting the number of planning applications down. I'm also pleased to say that having received the Supreme Court's decision on the CG Fry case in Wellington, that's given us an opportunity. We have a window now of indeterminate length. I don't know how long, because I suspect the government will close it at some point, but we do have a window during which we will try and approve a number of planning applications that have been held up by nutrient neutrality, but are no longer caught as a result of the Supreme Court's decision by nutrient neutrality. And that amounts to some 4,000 or so homes across the county. So we are doing our best to try and get through as many of those applications as possible while that window remains open, given that we have that opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. It is slightly off the agenda item, I think, that question when I was looking back at it, but I allowed it under the spirit of friendship that we all would prefer to have. Okay. Not seeing any hands online and not seeing any other questions. So we have our recommendations. That the executive notes the housing revenue account forecast underspend of 0.286 million for 25-26 and the impact on the HRA general reserve of the underspend to note the forecast outturn position of the capital programme of 74.444 million for 25-26 and recommend that the full council delegate approval of the housing revenue account, HRA rent setting and fees charging, including service charges, and any changes to the council's rent setting policy and the council's service charge policy to the executive from 26-27. Do I see a proposer? Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts, seconded by Councillor Mike Rigby. All those in favour, please. All those against. Thank you very much. That is clearly carried. And Kerry, thank you so much for all your hard work, and please pass that on to the rest of your team. Thank you. Right, so I'm delighted to say we're ahead of schedule. So what I'm going to propose is a 10-minute comfort break now, and then we take agenda item 11, which is scheduled for 1 hour, and then we'll break for lunch at 1. Is everybody happy with that decision? So you've got 10 minutes now, and then another hour, and then you've got some lunch. Returning relatively promptly, we've got an hour on our budget proposals 26-27 to 20-30-31 and fees and charges policy. Councillor Liz Lishon to introduce.
Thank you very much, Chair. Having had our Q2 reports, which of course, looking back, we're now looking forward with agenda item 11, budget proposals 26-27, and our fees and charges policy. So this is the first time we have had a fees and charges policy to consider. In my view, another welcome addition to the suite of policies essential for an effective, efficient and sustainable council. In the recommendations, we need to understand where we don't yet have detail from the government on the fair funding review, on business rates, and as has already been mentioned, on treatment of the SEND accumulated deficit from April 2028. And so I think I will need to come to our section 151 officer a little later in this introduction or during the course of debate on this paper to establish exactly where we are, what we do and don't know. So we do have parts of our financial future that are within our control, of course, where we have made progress as recognised by the Corporate Peer Challenge revisit last week. And we have those factors that are out of our control and we need to wait on government before Christmas and after Christmas, but before our budget setting. And it could be that the change in Secretary of State and Minister for Local Government has had an impact on that situation. On page 327, table 8, we have the scrutiny committee meeting dates all laid out, and I welcome that clarity. We have the savings put forward, which we didn't have when we've looked at the budget gap in the past. So on page 321, tables 2 and 3, we now see the savings, which now give us a gap of 73.367 million. And those savings, of course, include increases in fees and charges. That is what will go out to consultation, and we will also be arranging consultation for businesses in Somerset. We have some interesting items. I won't try and list them all. We'd be here until 4 o'clock. But I think colleagues will be interested in the further replacement of light fittings, known as illuminated assets, street lights to you and me, with LED. So continuing that programme and installation of central controls for a first time. And that will be accompanied, of course, by a capital bid for the hardware that will make that possible and bring forward savings and save energy too, of course. We're seeing a saving from insourcing of revs and bends from the Capita contract in the former Mendip area, something that I have been very much aware of for many years now. And I wondered, Chair, if I might, in going to our section 151 officer, ask him in his more detailed introduction to this paper to explain for us where we do have knowledge from government, where we don't have detail from government, and how that leaves us with regard to exceptional financial support for the following year, 26-27. So if I may hand over at this stage, please, Chair, that is over to Clive.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. Starting point is just to remind us of our statutory duty and where we are as a council. Statutory duty is to balance our budget, to agree a balanced budget by the 11th of March. That's a backstop date and a legal requirement, and it's a requirement of the full council to do that. So this is a staging post on that journey, looking at growth and savings proposals of this executive, which are for consultation, which will feed into the paper coming back to executive in February and on to full council. So this is a staging post, and see it as that. It's not the complete set of proposals. It won't balance, and you'll see different numbers coming back further down the line, including transformation savings, including where we look at other more technical aspects like the collection fund and surpluses or deficits arising from that. Including the results of consultation with various groups, including our own scrutiny groups, and including the outputs from the local government provisional settlement and the final settlement that will come through first, the former that coming through the week commencing the 15th of December. We've been told to expect a working date of the 17th of December for that. It's getting very close to Christmas, and the final settlement will be in February. So where are and again, reminder of our position. We started this year with this 26/7, the forthcoming year, with a gap of £100 million, and that means we are still spending considerably more money than we're getting in income, and that is not a sustainable position. And we all know that. When we look to income sources, 4 primary income sources, and I'll come on to where government are on their proposals. But all of those income sources are limited in our ability to influence them. So whether it be government grants, general grants and specific grants, we are at the mercy of distribution formula, etc. We look at council tax, where clearly we're bound by a referendum level, although we can ask to go above that. There's no guarantee that a government would accept that, but we can ask to do that. But the expectation of government is that we go up to the maximum. When government talk about core spending power, and the increase in core spending power, it is predicated on the fact that every council will take the maximum council tax increase that it can. End of story. We're limited on business rates. Of course, we don't control business rates. And in fact, we are a tariff authority, so we collect more business rates than we nominally need according to the formula. So we pay back into the national pot to give money to those authorities who get less. And part of the changes at the moment are on business rates consultation and how they will move on. So we've got limited control over business rates, and we've got fees and charges, which are still the smaller element, but nonetheless an important part of our control. But those 4 taken together are not going to close our gap, and therefore we close our gap by curtailing the growth proposals, by making sure we challenge growth and look at how we can manage demand to stop growth materialising. We look at savings proposals, which is generally about stopping doing things, doing less of things. And there is an expectation of government that all councils do that, particularly those who've got deficits. And we have to continue to do that in order to meet legal duty. And then there's transformation, and you won't see in this document transformation proposals yet. Those are being worked on at the moment, and they'll come through in the next iteration post-Christmas. But we would expect transformation to start to take the strain in terms of the larger amount of savings. Smaller in year 1, larger in year 2, larger still in year 3. So we'd expect to see that as transformation comes through, and I think that'll be the focus of a lot of our discussions as we come into the post-Christmas period. In the run-up to Christmas, there are 3 government announcements that we look towards to give us more certainty. The first is the policy statement from government about where they're going in policy terms. The second is the autumn statement from the Chancellor, and the third is the provisional settlement, which will come, as I say, circa 17th of December. We look at all of those, and we know there've been some fundamental changes proposed that are going to affect us, but we don't know yet the quantum. And it's fair to say that those bodies that are doing the modelling of the impacts on local government, and we all in local government rely on those doing the modelling. These are vast models that are done at a national basis, and we rely on those. Three main bodies doing that will be Pixel, Sigoma and LG Futures. We know there's discrepancy in those models at the moment, significant discrepancies. Why is that? That's because the detail needed to do the accurate modelling is simply not there at the moment. So all of those groups are having to make assumptions, and it looks like some of those assumptions may be wildly different between the groups. So to say there's panic in the sector at the moment over the modelling is probably an understatement. I think there's a lot of serious running around and a lot of 151s and chief executives saying, what is this modelling? Show us what is government policy. What we do know is that government are proposing now a continuation of the recovery grant. That was a grant for 1 year paid to a number of authorities as a holding position prior to looking at fair funding and reallocating on the basis of a revised deprivation formula and a revised resources formula, i.e. the ability to generate council tax. And what is clear is government have announced, unless they reverse it again, they've announced they're going to not scrap that after 1 year, but continue it for 3 years, which means it's that element of it, £600 million a year, is taken out of the system for largely sort of ministerial based political judgments about who should get it rather than deprivation based formulas. So that is particularly disappointing and a surprise, I've got to say, to the entire sector, and that will impact on us, absolutely will do. The other thing they've done within the formula, we know, is take away the remoteness factor. So when you look at deprivation, that's made up of, I won't bore you too much with the details, but that's made up of 9 factors. I think it is, might be 10, but 9 or 10 factors. And one of those was remoteness. So they were looking at compensating authorities who have got a broad geographical area, like us, where we've got things like highways that we do on a much bigger area than perhaps a unitary would do within an urban environment. Government have now said they're not going to have that factor in there. We won't get any recompense for that other than in relation to adult social care. And that's a big disappointment again to see that coming out of the formula, and that will disadvantage us. So what we were hoping for by now is to get the modelling of that from the group that we work with. Pixel is the main group we work with. But I'm not sure that we can say with any degree of accuracy yet that we understand it. But we would expect those changes to be negative compared to the position I reported to you in September, when I was saying we could be the beneficiary of 0 to 4 million. It was never going to be a large amount for us, but that could be now a lower amount or even a negative amount. We could be a loser, and we simply don't have the numbers yet to be able to come back on that one and be sure. What we also know from the autumn statement is some things from government about their policy priorities. The largest one of those, by some way, being the SEND position that I brought out earlier on. So just to reiterate that, SEND spending will become government's responsibility from April 28. Remains to be seen within that system whether government will simply accept the views of our educational psychologists and accept all of those EHCP cases and the costs that go with it. That's very unclear at the moment. And of course, with EHCPs brings a big cost in terms of home to school transport, and that will remain a pressure for this authority. And there's no proposals to take that one away either. So that's particularly concerning. I won't go through other things in that speech, but there are a few other things in there that are not necessarily going to have a beneficial effect on us. So none of the announcements that have come out through either the policy statement or the autumn statement from the Chancellor, none of those are going to have a major beneficial effect on us. They're going to have, if anything, a negative effect. But I stress again, we don't have the detail. The modelling from the main groups cannot be done on an accurate basis, and therefore we know we're still in problem territory. What government have said, to pick up Councillor Lation's point, is that if we're going to apply for further exceptional financial support, and you know that I've never ruled that out as a possibility, then that has to be in, our expression of interest has to be in by the 12th of December next week. So again, very little notice on that one. So it is my intention that we will submit an expression of interest around the forms of exceptional financial support to make sure that government are aware that we want them. And I've already notified them informally of that, and government are asking to have a conversation with me on Monday now to talk through what that might look like for us. So that will be the next in the series of conversations. So I'm asking you to note that I'll be putting that in. It's a protection mechanism, because if we don't put it in, we possibly won't be able to go back in later. We might be able to, but it's not worth the risk. So we think we might need it. We put that in. Nothing is binding at this stage. It simply says it's an expression of interest, and nothing becomes binding until they offer a council exceptional financial support, and a council then accepts the terms that go with it, which will be February time. So just for noting, that's going to happen. So what you see in front of you is therefore proposals going out to consultation with the public and with businesses and with stakeholders, which are based on what we know so far. It's not going to close the gap yet, and we know there's more to come yet. But I think these proposals are reasonable, and at a minimum we need to do. Worth adding, if we are going to government to ask for exceptional financial support, if that becomes a reality, and government will be asking, what have you done yourself in order to make the difficult decisions, the ones that cause you pain, because we're not going to give you exceptional financial support unless you've taken your own share of pain and demonstrated that you're serious about getting your budget under control. So there's a political messaging that goes around this as well. So I'm happy to leave it there. I think I've given a long enough introduction, but happy to take any questions you might have.
Yeah, do you want to come back first, Liz?
So I just want to clarify, we need to get an expression of interest into government on EFS by our 151 before we know the local government provisional settlement. So that's the same for every council that may need EFS, I presume.
Yes, councilisation it is, yes.
Okay. So, Chair, I think we need to be adding a further recommendation. Do you want to take that now, or do you prefer I put that forward later?
Let's just take the wording now so that everyone's got it.
Okay, if I may, thank you. So my suggestion for a further recommendation, which will be G, will be that executive endorse that the Section 151 officer will be submitting a non-binding request to MHCLG before the 12th of December deadline in respect of exceptional financial support for 2026-27.
Okay, is everyone clear on that additional recommendation? Okay, and the reasons behind that, I think we'll accept that in as part of the overall recommendations. Clive, thank you so much for that very frank explanation of where we are as a sector. We were promised stability and multi-year settlements, and we've ended up possibly not in a dissimilar situation, perhaps even worse than we have in previous years as we're coming up to this time of setting a local government budget. To have rurality included and then excluded as a factor, I mean, it's not rocket science that in a rural area you've got more roads, and then in rural areas you're going to collect the bins at a slower rate than you are in an urban area, and for those to be excluded from the factors is really quite shocking. I am very aware that there was a select committee report on the funding and sustainability of local government finance, which I gave evidence to, which reported in the summer. I'm seeing there was a cross-party report supported by members of all parties, and I'm seeing very little evidence that report and the recommendations in that report and the response from government. I'm seeing very little evidence that there is an understanding in Westminster or Whitehall of the situation of local government finance, and that's regardless of party politics or any other matter. We have a situation where local government is in the most difficult of situations. It has borne the brunt of the austerity period in government. We are seeing more and more responsibilities being placed on us. We're seeing increasing demand for those responsibilities. We're seeing rising costs of those responsibilities, and the sustainability of local government as a national point is becoming needs to become a significant national issue. And I would hope that we don't play local politics over this, that we unite and influence government as much as we can to be able to get fair settlements for Somerset, for our residents, and for the services that so many of our residents rely on. Any other comments, questions, Sarah?
Yes, thank you. And I agree with all that you've just said, Bill. I think once again, as a council, being asked to do a plate spinning exercise as we come towards the budget meeting with the rug being pulled underneath at the same time, it is just ridiculous. No private business would be trying to put itself on a firm footing with this going on, with the uncertainties that we've got. And we were promised 3-year settlements because the 1-year model is ridiculous in every sense. No business would run itself on a 1-year basis like this unless they were just about to fall over the edge, maybe. But I think, you know, this is such a difficult exercise with so many unknowns. I mean, my question actually is, we have had exceptional financial support for 2 years now, and my understanding is that we didn't need to use it all last year, and they let us carry some over. I just want to know if we're going to be in the same position, and I don't know whether you can say whether that with a capital G&T is a good thing or not. I mean, it means we've made progress against it, but it doesn't mean we've come out of it, because we wouldn't be asking for it again if we didn't need it. So I think, you know, it's a very difficult situation, but as councils across the country are struggling with this, I mean, we have kept this council going. We have managed with exceptional financial support to do that and to offset some of the costs by selling some of our assets, which the government want us to do as well. So I just want to know, I mean, is it going to be, we're not going to have to ask for quite as much, or can we carry over some if we don't use it? And what are the things they would take into account as to whether or not they let us do that?
The carryover related to the transformation element of the exceptional financial support. So we asked for some to balance the budget, some for transformation. Because the transformation programme has not accelerated at quite the pace we wanted, we asked for that to be rolled over. So that element was rolled over. The bit to support the budget in 24-25 certainly wasn't. That was used. This year we have 43 million, and government will look at what we actually need at the end of the day. So normally you talk about in councils, your council tax being the balancing figure. The final figure to balance your account is how much do we draw on council tax. In this case, it's how much do we draw from capitalisation. So if we were to underspend, then we would draw less than the 43 million. If we were to overspend, there is no more. It's a capped sum, and we'd pick that up from reserves. So that position remains the one we're looking at. Some authorities like ours, particularly going through restructure and change, that change doesn't happen over a short-term period. And my target, and I think Duncan may want to comment on this as well, is that by 2027-28, we get to a position where we can demonstrate that we are a sustainable council, that we can spend within our means, that we don't need exceptional financial support, and that we don't need to draw on reserves. And in fact, our reserves are in a growing position. Worth adding at the moment, our reserve position, we are bottom quartile when you compare us to single tier authorities. And we need to strengthen our reserves at the same time as balancing the budget. So this is very much a balancing act. And we were very much hoping that some of the changes that were coming through would be more beneficial to this council than perhaps they seem to be.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just to agree, when we went into the financial emergency, we talked about it probably 4 years to recover. And the plan was always exactly as you were outlining, to step down from needing a significant amount of one-off support from whatever nature in the base budget to balance to getting to zero. I think it's fair to say, I was asked a question, I'm going to say about 3 months ago now, about were we still on track to do that? And I said, yes, we are, provided nothing adverse changes in the settlement. I think fair funding, as it was first described to us, did actually appear to be fair in some way. I think the changes have been announced since it's come out. I mean, I'm starting to question whether it actually is fair or not. And until we get some real understanding about what that means, I think it does throw lots of plans into difficulty, because those can be significant figures. Some councils on modelling, and it is only modelling, are talking about a range of outcomes being up to £20 million worse than what they predicted from the original fair funding figures. So we don't know what that looks like for us, as just been said. We'll have to work that out, but that will be a material impact. That said, I still feel we're in a good place if we can deliver all the plans that we have. If the transformation business cases that we are working on and that I've seen are coming through actually are signed off sufficiently to be able to deliver, that we should be able to get down to balancing the budget fully in 27-28 without needing one-off support. But it is on a knife edge, and there's lots of things that we're developing as part of the budget that will be coming through in the next few months, many of which may not transpire to be deliverable entirely, may not come through from government in the way we expect. All of those things you're going to have to look at when you get to making decisions in February about what the budget looks like.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions from league members? Social league members? Okay, thank you. And Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. I will share some of your frustrations about the national picture and being told one thing, but then it not following through. I think we've probably become far too accustomed, sadly, in the short period of time that we've had this government, where we're told something and it isn't as it quite seems originally. So I share those frustrations with you, and I hope that we do get some positive or more positive news as we get the detail of the fair funding review and other elements that we're waiting to hear on as well. A couple of questions from me on this. I just wondered, I don't see anything in here yet about the level of council tax that we may be looking at introducing. And I'm just wondering, are we going to be requesting permission to increase council tax above the 4.99%, or is that part of the ask for the exceptional support? That's the first one. And the second one from me is around the savings proposed. Clearly, there's a lot more yet to do, a lot more to find, but the 20 odd million we've got so far clearly doesn't touch the sides. And so I'm just trying to understand the other £70 million gap that we have. What is the process in which scrutiny committees will be looking at that? Very conscious that budget setting so far seems to be set February, and we're going to have January potentially to run through scrutiny, to look at all those business cases potentially. And I'm just really worried about giving the right amount of time for members to look at all of that in detail before this council makes a decision. So some detail around that, please.
Okay, thank you for sharing my frustrations with government. Just to be clear, that just wasn't this government, and I include the coalition in that as well. So let's not, there's no party politics in that. I think the way local government is being treated by successive governments, I really do struggle with. On your point about council tax rise, yes, you are absolutely right that is what we are. It does form part of the exceptional financial support. So we will be discussing whether another year of bespoke referendum principles would be on offer and available to the government. Obviously, we're still in a position where there are so many moving parts to this, we can't rule anything out at this stage. I'm sure you'll appreciate that the uncertainty means that we can't do that. We have set out our stall to avoid a Section 114 notice, and if that's one of the tools that we have at our disposal, then we will consider using that. But it's too early to say yes or no on that case. And I hope you take that as being as honest an answer as we can give at this stage. On the second part of the question, which is around scrutiny, I believe Mr. Waldridge sent out the scrutiny arrangements for the budget yesterday. Is there anything else we want to add to that?
There'll be two more scrutiny sessions, one at the start of January and one at the end of January. So gradually for each of those, we'll be bringing more information on board, and the last one will consider all the elements that will move towards forming a balanced budget. So there will be an opportunity for scrutinies to consider this.
Okay. Oh, I was about to move on, Bob, but you just caught me.
Waiting to see if anyone else came in, but anyway, it was just quick couple of queries if I could on the table 4 on pages 322, 23. The first one was just in relation to the garden waste proposal. I believe I'm right in understanding that is a proposal for new bins that are issued and replacement bins. It's not going to be a retrospective on people who are already running with it. So just wanted to get that reassurance. And on the planning pre-application fees, obviously for many years we've been trying to get developers to do pre-application and encourage them to do that because it helps us move things through more quickly and efficiently. Just wanted to have reassurance, unfortunately I've lost Mike out of the room, but wanted to have the reassurance that we've taken into account any possibility of discouraging people to follow that. And I know there's been some concern recently about people not getting their decisions on pre-app quickly enough. So is this extra funding giving us extra resources to be able to address that?
Chris, are you able to pick up those points?
Yeah, so in terms of green waste, yes, additional bill replacement bins only. There's no retrospective application of the charge. In terms of PPA costs, so yeah, we're trying to maintain a competitive PPA service whilst fund the additional resources. I spoke earlier about them being not only in planning officers, but also in those statutory consultees, excuse me, in terms of those statutory consultees. So yes, there I suppose is a risk that if we get the pricing of that wrong, that members of the public / developers will be more reluctant to uptake PPAs with us. However, that's not our experience. There tends to be a growing demand for PPAs. They recognise they get a prioritised service in terms of access to officers and decision making that others would not get.
Yes, certainly that would be my experience, and having spoken to developers is that they would much prefer to get the advice sooner through those agreements. So yeah, I hope that's reassuring to you. Thank you, Bob. Anything else? Okay, so we've got the amendment proposed by Councillor Liz Lyshawn and seconded by Fed, you won it. To endorse the Section 151 officer to submit a non-binding request to MHCLG before the 12th of December deadline in respect of exceptional financial support for 26-27. Those in favour of that amendment, those against, that's clearly carried. And so that goes on to become G on the recommendations. A is to agree to consult on the new budget savings for 26-27 of 20.282 million, including increases to fees and charges of 2.434 million, as I said out in Appendix A. Agree to consult on the increases to fees and charges schedule as set out in Appendix B. Consider the current bids for growth for 26-27 of 43.403 million. Note the revised 26-27 budget gap of 73.367 million after taking into account the proposed savings and requested growth. Endorse and recommend to full council the adoption of the revised fees and charges policy as set out in Appendix C, and recommend the savings proposal and fees and charges for inclusion in the budget to full council. And note work on the 26-27 budget will continue throughout the next 3 months to achieve a balanced financial position. No figures are final until the budget papers are endorsed by full council in February 2026. Proposed by Councillor Liz Lyshawn, seconded by Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts. Those in favour, please. Those against, that's clearly carried. And so we're doing quite well today, aren't we? It's 20 to 1. We did that in 40 minutes when we were scheduled for an hour. So well done, folks. We'll take reassemble time is 2:30, isn't it? So if we come back up, bring that forward to 1:30, we'll do the CTRS and parking after lunch. Okay, adjourn for lunch until 1:30. Agenda 12, which is the council tax reduction, exceptional hardship scheme 26-27. Which is on pages 467 to 576 of your hymn sheets. And Councillor Liz Lyshawn will introduce. Good morning, Liz.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to start, if I may, please, by thanking colleagues and Citizens Advice for their consideration of and concern for residents of Somerset, particularly those who have been migrated by DWP, Department for Work and Pensions, from income-related employment support allowance to the limited capability for work or work-related activities since April of this year. We understand that the migration started in earlier financial years, but has been moved forward by the government so that migration will be complete by the end of this financial year, so the end of March 26. I'm also very grateful to Corporate and Resources Scrutiny for their careful consideration of our schemes for council tax reduction and exceptional hardship, both at their July meeting and at the recent November meeting. So I'm definitely supportive of the recommendation from Scrutiny to form a task and finish group. And I understand that the 151 officer will ensure that the terms of reference come forward for that group in advance of their work starting in early 2026. And my understanding is that they will have at least the first version, maybe later than that, to consider at their meeting, I think, this Friday.
The terms of reference calculation, yes.
So terms of reference with Corporate and Resources Scrutiny at their meeting this Friday. And I hope that executive colleagues can hear our officers reporting today, understand the work that they have been able to do in interrogating the data that we hold since the scrutiny meeting. And if I may, Chair, I'd like to hand over both to Sean Warren, who is Interim Head of Revenues and Benefits, and to his colleague with him, Simon Doyle, who works with that team and who has been exceptionally helpful. They both have been exceptionally helpful in educating me on the complexities of revenues and benefits and where benefits from DWP come in and housing benefit as well. So if I may, Chair, I'd like to hand over to Sean Warren. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The report being presented today is to recommend the council tax reduction scheme and the associated exceptional hardship policy for 26-27. Along with the recommendation of an increase to the income bands for 26-27. We are also then looking at doing a full consultation during 26-27 in readiness for a fully reviewed scheme to operate from the 1st of April 2027. As you may be aware, it is a legal requirement each year for the council to adopt a council tax reduction scheme for the following financial year. So if I may, I'll just talk through the report briefly. The first 4 paragraphs give some background detail to the council tax reduction scheme itself, as well as confirm the current expenditure for council tax reduction and on the exceptional hardship scheme. As you can see from the report, the current expenditure on council tax reduction totals 31 million approximately, and that is as at the 31st of October 2025. This shows a gross reduction of £6.9 million on the working age scheme, but a gross increase of 1.2 million on the pension age scheme. So the total cost of the scheme is approximately £31 million. What I should say at this point is, again, that the scheme that we're adopting as a council affects working age people only. The pension age scheme is legislated for by central government, and so the scheme we're talking about here is specifically for those of working age. Paragraph 5 of the report shows the collection rates and gives a comparison between Q2 for both 2024-25 and 2025-26. What I will say is there is a caveat for the Q2 data for 25-26 because of the advanced direct debits that we had to run as a result of migrating systems. So please bear in mind that those figures will include the advanced direct debits that we ran to ensure we could still collect monies during system downtime. Paragraph 7 to 9 confirm the details of the changes introduced to the scheme, which were adopted by full council in December 2024. And for clarity, these changes were reduction of discount bands 2, 3 and 4, introduction of non-dependent deductions of £10 per week for each non-dependent, a limit on the eligible council tax charges to band D. So where a council tax band was higher than a band D charge, the council tax reduction was limited to a band D equivalent. The reduction of the period of backdating of a council tax reduction claim from 12 calendar months to 3 calendar months. And then finally, an increase in the income bands by the September 2024 rate of CPI, which was 1.7%.
The other change to the exceptional hardship scheme, which was adopted, is the funding for the care leavers, foster carers and special guardianship discounts, which were to be funded through the exceptional hardship scheme. During 2025-26, there was a light touch review of the scheme, and paragraphs 10 to 28 of the report cover the areas of that light touch review. What I have suggested here is the areas we have reviewed are data analysis of other local authorities schemes for comparative purposes, further identification of areas which could be reviewed, including the removal of the earnings disregard of £25 per week, removal of certain income disregards, as well as removal of the £30 disregard for disabled households, further reductions in the discount band percentages, and further amendments to non-dependent deductions. We also considered feedback from customers themselves, citizens' advice, and scrutiny corporates and resources at a meeting that I attended back in July of this year. Specifically on the citizens' advice feedback, referring to those transitioning from ESA to universal credit, employment and support allowance to universal credit, I would refer to paragraphs 17 and 18 of the report, which details this is a national issue that's being faced, and then we did seek specialist advice on this area. Again, this was also discussed at the scrutiny meeting back in July. The paragraphs between 10 and 28 also review the expenditure on the exceptional hardship scheme, and there are charts of paragraph 22 and 25 within the report which show total expenditure within exceptional hardship and award outcomes broken down by household types. As confirmed in the report, specifically within paragraphs 27 to 28, the proposals were that no changes were being recommended to the counter tax reduction scheme based on the mitigations which are already in place and will continue to be in place. In addition, it was discussed and concluded that a full year's worth of data should be required to fully analyse and report on, which will allow an informed decision to be made for future changes to the scheme. Within the policy itself, the Council can make, without consultation, changes to the level of the income bands that are used for counter tax reduction purposes. And the recommendation is to increase the bands for 26-27 by the September 2025 CPI rate, which is 3.8%. This is covered within paragraphs 29 to 33 of the reports. And those paragraphs also confirm the reason behind this recommendation, specifically to align with the DWP state benefit levels increases that were announced as part of the budget last week. Further on in the report, there is an update on the system migration that the teams are working through at the moment. This data has been specifically included to inform members of the impacts on the service during 25-26, as well as informing members what is hoped to be achieved from a reporting aspect for future years. Within the report, paragraph 41, referring to scrutiny corporates and resources meeting last week, I have stated in there that I'll give a verbal update today due to submission dates for the report not allowing me to give an update within this report. So if I may, the scrutiny corporates and resources meeting that I attended last week confirmed that they would establish a task and finish group from February 2026 to undertake a comprehensive review of the scheme, along with the Exceptional Hardship Fund, with a remit to examining the effectiveness of the current scheme and hardship provisions, considering options for future improvements, including alignment with national best practice, address issues arising from the transition of claimants from employment and support allowance to universal credit, ensuring that adjustments and mitigations remain robust and responsive, report findings and recommendations for the 27-28 financial year well in advance of the budget setting process, and clear and accessible communications about the scheme must be ensured with targeted support for vulnerable residents to maximise take-up. And this must include full accessibility for residents who rely on telephone and paper-based communications, alongside digital channels, and provision of clear guidance and support for those transitioning to universal credit, including advice on entitlement adjustments. They did make a request from the executive for me to bring today, and these were to ensure provision of adequate staff resources and additional support for partner organisations such as Citizens Advice to assist residents with advice and applications for council tax reduction and exceptional hardship, including universal credit related queries. They also request that the exceptional hardship fund should err on the higher side. And finally, that further details should be presented to the executive at today's meeting on the balance of the impact of universal credit transition and adjustments to Somerset Council's own council tax reduction scheme. As per the final request, my colleague Simon and my colleague Tamsin, who's not here today, have carried out analysis to analyse the impact on those council tax reduction recipients who have migrated or are migrating from employment support allowance to universal credit. As a brief overview, sample amount of cases have been analysed, 125 in total. This equates to approximately 4% of all working age council tax recipients at the beginning of 24-25, and it includes cases which have migrated to universal credit since autumn 2024. The analysis carried out summarises that recipients' new council tax awards following migration to universal credit and the effect that this has had on the ability to pay council tax, the council tax bill. Of the cases analysed, 98% of those cases continue to receive council tax reduction following their migration from employment support allowance to universal credit. 52% of those now receive a minimum of 50% discount on their council tax, while a quarter of the sample receive 10%. A 10% reduction on their council tax bill. 2/3 of recipients are paying their council tax bill on time and have no arrears. And 58% of those recipients have not had any recovery action taken against them. There is a slight correlation between the amount of council tax reduction reduces by and the likelihood of recovery action. But this is skewed by the small amounts of cases that have resulted in no entitlement being paid any longer because their income is too high. Of the sample cases that we looked at, the random sample of cases that we looked at, only 7 applied for an exceptional hardship payment, 4 of which were awarded on the basis they had demonstrated exceptional hardship. Clearly, there is more analysis that needs to be done, but in the time that we had since last week's meeting, this is what we've been able to undertake, but we will continue to clearly undertake the analysis as part of business as usual work anyway. The remaining sections of the report cover the areas which are standard to the report, but I would like to draw attention to the financial implications, specifically paragraphs 44 to 47, which confirms specifically how council tax reduction is funded and the ask of allocation to assist with the exceptional hardship scheme during 26-27. The request being made is that no less than an equal amount of allocation is allocated for use in this area during the financial year 26-27. Finally, I'd just like to refer to the appendix. Appendix 1 is a copy of the letter sent to working age customers in February of this year to inform them of the changes that were being made. Scrutiny were previously presented with this letter in July 2025. It is being included again as part of this report to reference what information was provided to customers at that time. Appendix 2 is the proposed exceptional hardship policy, which has not fundamentally changed from prior years. However, slight amendments have been made to reference those in receipt of universal credit who have transitioned or will transition from employment support allowance to make it clear that this exceptional hardship scheme can potentially assist those affected. So, for example, Section 2, Paragraph 2.1 has been amended, as has Section 4, Paragraph 4.1. And Section 5 of the exceptional hardship scheme has also been amended to be clear on who is responsible for making decisions on these applications. And then finally, Appendix 3 of the report is the proposed council tax reduction policy, which shows the new proposed income bands if a 3.8% increase is adopted by council. It's important to note that this policy is still a draft version of the policy and will be finalised in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. Anything to add, Simon? No. Liz.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to, if I may, ask a couple of questions in order to clarify some details. If I could ask Clive, as our Section 151 officer, what is the position if the 800,000 allocation from the Household Support Fund proves to be inadequate to fund all the successful exceptional hardship applications in this current year?
From legal advice I've received in other roles, it would be the case that the council would fund any claim that came in that met the criteria. It shouldn't be limited, can't be limited by the budget we set aside. We've set the criteria. If anybody meets the criteria, we fund it. So we have to fund it from our own resources if it went over and above that amount.
If you don't mind me, Chair, just following on and say, so would we see that impact on the collection fund? Is that where we'd see it?
We'd see it on reserves. It's a cost borne by the council.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then because we've had information this afternoon that we didn't hear at scrutiny or haven't heard at earlier meetings, I just wonder from Sean for Rebs and Bens whether we have adequate resources now to produce the work that you've been able to summarise for us this afternoon in finding those, what I call a selection from databases, to make sure that we can pick up all of those people who, particularly since April, have migrated from employment support allowance to universal credit, and who have limited capability for work or work-related activity, and then direct them to exceptional hardship if appropriate. Do you feel that you have adequate resources, or do we need to see if we can establish some further resources?
The resource that we have at the moment obviously is being stretched as a result
just ask him, is it possible to make further resources available if it were proved necessary during the financial year?
This is a critical piece of work for the council, so yes, if resources were needed, we'd make them available.
Thank you, Chair. Those are the answers that I was hoping to hear this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Just from me, I referred back to the Select Committee report on local government finance and sustainability earlier. I just wanted to go back to a paragraph from that report which reads, council tax is highly regressive, as noted by many stakeholders in written and oral evidence, has become steadily more regressive over time as successive governments failed to reform or revalue it. Many stakeholders have also called it unfair or inequitable, with the Society of County Treasurers calling it extraordinarily unfair and outdated. So what we are doing through the CTRS is getting all council taxpayers to pay to make this system a little bit less unfair. For me, that is the whole nub of the situation that we found ourselves in, that we've got an unfair tax and we're having to spend more money to make it less unfair. In particular, got a situation where the council tax applies to the household and universal credit applies to individuals, which makes it particularly complicated because you've got two systems that don't particularly work well together. And we're trying to make a system fit where clearly there are going to be exceptions, there are going to be difficulties in getting it universally right. I do note that for the pension age people, we have a national scheme, so there's no need to consult on it. Every council does it the same. But for working age people, every council all over the country is going through this process of looking at their council tax reduction scheme every year, tweaking it, trying to make it work. And if you add up all those hours and time all over the country, it just seems to be a remarkably poor system of funding local government. I've long called, this a bonkers system for funding social care, in particular, and that is what the majority of council tax goes on. But that we have to go through this exercise. I think we need to take that step back and just reflect on what it is that government is effectively asking us to do by its refusal to reform the council tax, which the select committee has called on it to do, and its refusal to implement a national scheme here. So we're all trying to balance our budgets, very, very aware of the unfairness of this tax. And I think we do need to be mindful of that with all the work that's going on, that this is fundamentally, this is a situation that needs to be addressed by our MPs in Parliament, and I hope that all 7 of our Somerset MPs will unite to be able to support that. Fed.
Thanks, Chair. I've just got a few, I guess, questions and comments in relation to this. I will caveat that I'm slightly disappointed that we didn't go out to consultation this year, just because I've always been an advocate of going out on the CTRS scheme, and used to, back in my early days as council, literally put the surveys under like people's noses to get them to complete and hand them back before we even had online facilities to do it. I think for me, it links to one of the questions that or comments that Bill has made. I'm really intrigued as to what the next couple of years looks like with pension age expenditure, because that, if my understanding is correct, is that is prescribed by national government. We end up being told what we need to do, but we don't get given any money for it. But yet, if we look on page 468, we've seen a £1.2 million difference of spend that we need to do in that area, because we've got an ageing demographic of population here in Somerset, yet we aren't receiving any additional funding or support in order to provide that funding. So I think for me, I'm just concerned, what does that look like over the next few years, as we know that Somerset is an attractive place to come and retire, but that does cause us concerns financially. So I'd just like to understand that a little bit more. And then the other element is we've had some really emotive examples, I guess, given in public questions. And I think for me, and you don't need to go into individual examples, but in even contexts that I've had and I've been discussing with Councillor Leishon, we haven't seen a huge number of people come forward in relation to the changes, but we are looking to go out and support these people. But my understanding is partly is that if you've also got savings, we take that into account, because there's an expectation that if you've got savings over a set amount, that then you can access support because you are deemed to need to use your savings. Am I right in my understanding with that?
If I may address the last issue first, in terms of the savings, the exceptional hardship scheme itself is there to help people in exceptional circumstances. So where there is an appreciable amount of savings, then it is right that people should be making a contribution. But we do look at each individual case on an individual basis. But there are saving limits that we look at, but they're not. It's not unusual to have such a thing in the scheme, because again, it is an exceptional circumstance scheme. In terms of the expenditure on pension age part of the scheme, clearly the legislation is set by central government. We do need to abide by that. In terms of the reason, or some of the reasons why the expenditure in that area may have increased, is because, as you quite rightly said, we do have an ageing population within the Somerset area. But I think obviously where the council tax will also increase for the forthcoming year, it's right to follow through, that the council tax reduction will also potentially increase to cover those costs. But clearly we can undertake further analysis of our caseload, and we can look at projecting forward to try and understand what we are facing in future years in that area.
Yeah, thank you for I thought a very clear presentation about what's happening, and I don't know whether it's usual to do a public consultation every year or what. I don't know whether it is or not, and I don't think that we as a council can be expected to be running to catch up with the government all the time with changes they make. I think it's very difficult to do when they're making changes to universal credit and things like that, although I understand this one was anticipated. I also feel that until we get some more detailed figures, and certainly, Sean, you're able to give us some about the 125 cases you've looked at, where 98% continue to get CTR of some kind or other, I don't think you can extrapolate from one or two really quite difficult cases to say that this is going to be the same for everybody. I just don't think it is, and we need to watch this very carefully as it unwinds over the next few months, and I'm sure we will. I just wanted to make a few points about people in social care in Somerset, just because it sort of might be relevant in some way or other. We've got about 8,000 people in funded care and support, of which some just under 3,500 are of working age. And that does include a wide variety of people, some who will never be able to work, some people in supported living, shared lives, residential and nursing. But our Connect to Work programme, which is coming from the government, with which we have money, is to get some of those hard to employ people, or people who found it harder to get employment, back into the workplace. And also Discovery are doing some work for us in this area. So there is some hope for people who are stuck probably at the worst end of unemployment. Perhaps they've got a disability or something which hasn't made it very difficult for them to find work. And the more that we can encourage and get people who are in this situation or who are not working at the time, and we have quite a lot of young people who aren't, into some work situation, the better this will be for everybody, because they will then be earning, and then they won't be in this terrible situation of being stuck on benefits, and also possibly or not as a household getting the council tax reduction they might need. My question is that I believe that the council tax reduction scheme that we operate does actually mean that we miss out on council tax for a large amount, and I just wonder what amount it was. Perhaps you could let us know how much council tax we aren't able to collect because of the scheme we currently run out of the total that we could collect.
So in terms of the overall expenditure, as I referred to that earlier, in terms of how much we're not collecting as a result of council tax reduction being paid, we would have to come back to you, I'm afraid, and give you the answer at a later date, but I'm more than happy to take that away and come back to you.
Yeah, I'll get to you in a second. I just wanted a question for Councillor Wakefield, or maybe for Mel. Just to reiterate that those people who do receive support from Somerset Council will also be supported in applying for exceptional financial support, should that be the case. And Mel's just nodded and said absolutely to me. So just to add that reassurance that those people who we support through our adult social care service will be supported where relevant to access exceptional financial support. Theo.
Thank you very much. Yeah, to say I do support the proposals that we have in front of us today. But I do think it's incredibly important that we do another proper review of how this scheme works. So I welcome the intention of the Corporate and Resources Scrutiny Committee to run a task and finish group on this. It is an incredibly, well, actually, first of all, I will agree with what you've said, Chair, that I can't remember what it was, but I agree with it. about the broken nature of this system, and it's a point that I've also made on a number of occasions. Council tax is not a good system. It's paid by the occupants rather than the owners. It's paid regardless of means, and then we have to come up with a system of trying to work it, make it a bit more fair than it is. It's a fundamentally not terribly fair system, and it's particularly unfair when it reaches higher levels, and when it's required to fund the sorts of things it's funded now. That's well overdue for reform. But we need to look at how we introduce a council tax reduction, or how we maintain a council tax reduction scheme which directs support to the people who need it the most. And that's why it's important that we do a full review to really understand who we are helping and who most needs our help. I think if we look at the current moves to universal credit, that covers a vast range of people with a vast range of incomes. It's a benefit designed to support people on low or no incomes, but the amounts are designed to, in some cases, ensure that people are not living in poverty. In all cases, they're meant to ensure people are not living in poverty, and they can vary wildly, which is why we need to look at a system which fundamentally looks at what somebody's income is and determines it based on that, rather than what someone's source of income is. It's the ability to pay rather than the source of the income that is important. We do have a lot of disregards within the scheme, which I certainly was, very keen that we retain when we reviewed this the last time round. We continue to disregard the whole of the income from personal independence payment, for example, as well as child benefit and a number of other disregards, the £30 a week from disability benefits and so on. But we do need to take a look once we've done a full. Once we have more data on how it has worked this year, we do need to have a look at how we ought to change it to ensure that support is going to the right places and at the right levels. So I do support the recommendations of scrutiny there. I recognise that there are people for whom the changes will not have been beneficial, and I think the response to that is the exceptional hardship scheme. That's what it's for. It's for dealing with the cases that may be short-term, difficult, exceptional hardship. We must bear in mind the implications of that and how the exceptional hardship scheme has worked when we do that wider piece of work next year, so that we can design a scheme which responds to any unintended consequences that we have found this year. But the way to do that is through the exceptional hardship scheme for the coming year and a proper review for a new scheme for 27-28, not by making changes which have not been properly modelled or consulted on or looked at for their implications across the board and their fairness across the board at this point. So I welcome the recommendations we have in front of us.
Thank you very much, Theo. I'm not seeing any other lead members or associates that wish to speak. So move on to other members. Diego.
Thank you, Chair. I've got one question to ask, but I appreciate the national factors being a pressure on councils across the country, but I just do think also, because I don't think it was in the report, just worth remembering that this council did also make a choice itself, and the council's own equality impact assessment last year, when it was looking at the council tax reduction changes, explained that or suggested that 5,600 disabled households were going to pay on average an extra £400 a year in council tax. So it's no surprise that some disabled households are struggling, because we knew what we were doing. It was in our equality impact assessment. My question is, the recommendations that are being presented, can we ask citizens' advice to give some feedback on those recommendations that are in the report before it comes to full council for approval? And also, I don't think it's been made public, and some councils may have missed it, the impact report that citizens' advice put together and may have presented to us. So it's not up there in the public domain for perhaps members to give a full view on when making a decision at full council.
So if I may say, the citizens' advice communication that I believe was sent to all members has been considered. There are 3 lots of numbers, so forgive me if I sound as if I don't understand how these 3 sets of numbers fit together. So I'm finding fewer than 20 cases that have come to the attention either of a Somerset MP or come direct to me. And some of those, of course, will overlap with both MP and me. And then we have the number that came from citizens' advice of people where they had concerns of over 4,400. And then the figures that I was able to get from citizens' advice last week of people in Somerset who either have limited capability for work element in their universal credit or limited capability for work and work related activity in their universal credit. And that number for Somerset is 19,892. So we've got figures going from a number that has surprised me by how small it is, because I expected MP's casework to reflect more the figure that we had from citizens' advice of 4,400 plus. And then I have this figure of a much, much greater number of people in Somerset who have those elements in universal credit. So I think where we are at the moment is we are within that period of migration from legacy benefits into universal credit. And my personal view is that at the moment, we are taking the right approach to exceptional hardship, as long as we can help those people who need support to access those funds if appropriate. And then we need to do this serious piece of work through the task and finish group of scrutiny to understand much better, A, how universal credit works, because that is evolving too. It's still relatively new, although from what I hear on the doorsteps, it is working better now than it was working a few years ago. And then to understand exactly how our council tax reduction scheme and exceptional hardship scheme can better put support where it is most needed. And I think we need to overlap that work, probably through an adult scrutiny item, to understand exactly how many working age adults in Somerset are already supported by the council in other ways, and how we support them with their council tax reduction scheme. Because until my colleague, Councillor Sarah Wakefield, mentioned that, I had not grasped that either. So every time I learn more, there is greater complexity. And so I'm really hoping that the Task and Finish group will allow me to sit in the room with them when they explore all of these different aspects. I hope that helps in some way. I don't have specific answers yet, because for all of us, I think with us moving to a new software as well, that is another factor. And I'm really hopeful, and I'm looking at Sean as I say this, that when we have, as we have all the data into the NEC software now, but then as we complete all of that work, we will be in a much better position to interrogate data and really understand where we do need support people better, and how we can actually be more proactive in that support.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the room? And then go to, well, I've gone through league members. Is there something additional?
To say that, I think we should make it clear that we have looked at this, but it is actually too late to do a consultation now with the budget coming up. Is it, or is it not? I think we should need to know the answer to that, because not that it's being recommended, because it's not, but I just think we need to understand what the timings are. And I am confident that we have enough council tax support in the council to meet those requirements, which we've already had from Section 151 officer, we would have to make up out of council monies if we ran out of money. We've also got the household support fund as well. But I'm not worried about that. I just think we ought to know the answer to whether we could have done one if we wanted to.
Looking for Alan. I feel like I'm playing tennis here.
I'll take it. So the answer is in year, we can't change it. The legislation forbids us from changing it in year. That's clear under the 1992 Act. One of the sections allows us to set up an exceptional hardship scheme, which we have done, and that's in place. And then we review the scheme every year. And the process would be that we would look at all the parameters that you can move within a scheme. There are about 9 or 10 different parameters. Sean will tell me the exact number, but 9 or 10 different things in the scheme that you could, some it could make more generous, some less generous. There'll be winners and losers as a result of that. That takes a number of weeks, if not months, to do the modelling, to take it back through the task and finish group, to look at what are the preferred options, where are the priority groups, to live within an affordable envelope. That then goes to consultation, which you'd normally expect to be of the order of 12 weeks to be a really good, meaningful consultation on something as big and important as this. Comes back through the governance, through decision making, and then it's operationalised and put into the system and goes against the council tax bills, which obviously have to be ready to be produced at the time we're having the budget process. So all of that cycle to do it is many months, 9 to 12 months in reality to do that. So yes, it's too late to make those changes, and I would normally recommend that we do sort of major changes once every 2 years, because once you put changes in, you need the next year to look at what's the impact been to really assess them then about any future changes you want. So yes, the short answer is yes, it's too late to make any changes to the scheme.
Thank you. And going online to Carolina Hespers. Hi, Caro.
Hi, sorry, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, not doing anything about this group of the most severely disabled people who are billions of miles, light years away from the labour market.
Okay, I'm sorry, Carrie.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Muted yourself.
Sorry, I don't know how I did that. Yeah, no, not to sound like a broken record, but I think it is a matter of choice. When last year, when we were looking at the council tax reduction scheme, it was not flagged up that there were going to be this cohort of the most severely disabled people of working age who were going to lose out through when they were migrated. So we can sort of be forgiven for that. But as soon as it was brought to our attention, which it was by citizens' advice, most councillors only heard about this beginning of October. But I understand they were trying to raise it last year, but everybody was looking at the other changes that were the subject of public consultation. So without any consultation or without any impact assessment, our policy has basically disentitled a very, very vulnerable group. There's been no prior debate about it. There was no prior warning to those people. So that was last year, but this year we do have a choice. We have way more flexibility in law because of Section 13A of the Local Government Finance Act 1992. The exceptional hardship scheme is done under that legislation, but there's a general, if you read that section, it's very clear that the council has complete discretion in terms of those liable for council tax, whether it levies a full bill or not, or reduces the bill to zero, and that applies to individuals and groups of people. So be in no doubt, you are making an active choice as to how to treat the most severely disabled people who need the element, which is LCWRA, to actually function, to buy therapy, to buy support, to save up for a wheelchair, whatever it is. We're taking that money that DWP has said is absolutely vital to prevent significant harm. Basically, you are consciously deciding to say, nah, well, we'll have that, we'll have 50% of it, we'll have 10% of it, whatever it is. And so that's a conscious choice. So you need to be aware. We can do something about that, now, if you want.
Okay, looking for a response on that because there were legal questions that were raised there. We've got Candy online, or we've got Alan in the room who would like to respond.
So I can certainly start, and obviously Candy's online to confirm and add to what I'm about to say. I think first and foremost, I just draw members' attention to the statements that are in the report at paragraphs 48, 49 and 50, particularly in relation to the procedural elements of bringing a council tax reduction scheme forward and any associated elements. Clearly, the robust consultation that Mr. Heafy set out are critical to this, the risk being that if you don't go through that process and reassure yourselves that that has been done adequately, you run the risk of a scheme being quashed, As a result of that, the impact is that you end up with the current scheme that you have now continuing. So that's the kind of implication that you have in particular. Just turning to the point around the use of section 13A. So in essence, the council does not have legal discretion to stop the council tax liability in respect to the property. A reduction or a waiver in council tax can only be implemented through CTRS, which will require public consultation and, importantly, that equalities impact assessment. Section 13A 1C discretion gives you the ability to bring in an exceptional hardship scheme, which is what is in front of you today. So you have the ability to do that through that route. They're the critical parts. Kehinde, is there anything you'd add to my statement?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing to add to that. That's exactly the state of the law regarding that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And Frederica, do you want to come in?
I just wanted to come in because I just want to make sure that I've got my head around everything because of what we hear from here, what we're all saying, also the comments that has been raised by the last speaker. Is in my understanding is that if people are in need of help, and yes, we've made some changes in the past year, that means that some people have been affected. We have got the exceptional hardship scheme that will kick in, that if they meet a set criteria, that they are in need of support, then we will then look to help them. And we've got really experienced officers that can look to do that so that we can mitigate that by having that hardship funding in place. I think it's problematic when we hear, I guess, really emotive case studies, and we should hear about them as councillors and we should hear them about as executive, but it's about knowing that there are options and channels available to people. I think that if people are having problems accessing the application forms, then we need to perhaps work on that, and we need to work with Citizens Advice as an example to provide support. But for me, as long as that exceptional hardship scheme is there and available to people, that actually we've put the funding into it, and that actually those barriers in relation to whether that's the savings that they've got available or the money that they've got coming in is at the right levels, which I think it is compared to, you know, what people who are on minimum wage working full time have to access. For me, I think I'm comfortable with where we are today.
Thank you. Councillor Ellis, you've got your hand up after Kehinde's comments and Alan's comments. Did you want to come back on those? I'm conscious I've got Councillor Fran Smith also waiting.
Yeah, no, I mean, I still maintain you've got discretion, whether you do it through the exceptional hardship scheme or not, you have discretion and you could do it. So that's one issue. And I would just say about what Councillor Smith-Roberts is on about, you've got to understand what the experience is like for, if you're a severely disabled person who you've just received a massive bill, you've just been through the trauma of migration to universal credit. So you're basically told you owe us hundreds of pounds. Oh, but there's this scheme which you can apply for, which is incredibly inaccessible, incredibly difficult. You have to provide reams of evidence. Some of them are just like, do you know what? They just zone out. They just freeze up. It's just too much. It's just one sort of nightmare on top of another. There's no guarantee you'll get the help. Citizens Advice have been really, really clear. It is not an effective mitigation. It is not. It is not a super duper friendly, easy scheme. It just isn't. And people just look at that. I printed off a form for somebody and they just cried. I mean, it's that bad. So we don't have effective mitigation in place. That's from the coalface, though.
Okay, thanks very much, Cara. Mel, can you expand on the absolutely and nodding reassurance you gave us earlier?
So those that are severely disabled that have, we will be supporting anyway, and that's part of what we do. So we do look at people's financial circumstances as part of that, but we do also help them with their benefits to ensure that we maximise that. And when we say benefits, this is part of it. Our community and village agents are absolutely great at supporting and filling those forms in, and do that on our behalf on many occasions. So for those that are, as you say, have a severe disability, we will be supporting in this space. And if we're not, we can do that. Our village agents, our community agents can. So if you're finding people that are out there that are needing that support, that's what our village agents do for us on our behalf. So please pop in, go to the meetings that are out there, send people to them, or come and talk to us about that.
Thank you for that reassurance, Mel. Fran.
Thank you. I think I heard it's now recommended to be carried out every other year for consultations. Now, going back to when I was a district councillor, we carried out annual consultations. It wasn't always easy to get enough response, but that's what we did. So if I could have just a bit more clarification about why we were doing it annually and now it's recommended to do it every other year. However, whichever way we choose to do, can we just ensure that it's in everyone's diary that it is carried out either every year or every other year and doesn't get overlooked at all? Thank you.
Okay, Duncan.
Yeah, in general terms, I think most councils will consult when they're actually got to change to the scheme that needs to be consulted upon. We wouldn't consult upon the same scheme and no changes unless there was a reason to do so, that something else was changing. But obviously part of making a decision to consult by the council is to look at all the things that are happening, all the information we have and any other changes to the wider system. That's part of our decision about whether we need to make changes to the scheme. We can only consult if we have proposals to put to people that says this is what we're consulting you on. So as a general rule, we wouldn't consult just for the sake of having an annual consultation. I don't know many people who consulted every year if there are no proposed changes above and beyond the upgrading. But if there's any reason why we might want to consult with people and take views about potential changes, then we do that as needed.
Thank you, Graham.
As usual, Duncan, the chief exec has used better words than me. But the point is that there could be occasions when you need to be consulting on one scheme while analysing the previous change. And I got the impression that 151 officer gave it was more black and white than that, but it's not. This is a complex situation, and so there will be occasions when you need to be, like I say, reviewing the change and then looking at stuff that's coming. I just wanted to make the point that this mess, and there is a problem here, was not created by this council. It was created by the government's change, which has been coming in a range of ways over a number of years, and I believe will keep going. But I'm reassured that we do have the safety net. And once again, we're sweeping up behind a change made in London that means we've got to sweep up the problem here. And I'm confident that we have got that support, and even more confident after Mel's comments about the village agents. So I understand individual cases, but I think we've got as good a situation as we can in the position we're in.
Thank you. And I would also just reiterate my comments earlier about the need for this to be advocated on a national level by our MPs, because we have got a select committee report that says council tax desperately needs changing, and that we have a bizarre situation where CTRS varies from council to council for working age people and is identical for pension age people. It's a whole system that doesn't make sense to me, and that every council in the country is going through looking at its CTRS on a regular basis. And if you move a mile or two down the road, could be in a totally different situation, is equally an issue as well. So I think we need to make sure that our MPs are raising this the need to follow up on the recommendations of the select committee, but also in the short term to make sure that there is some standardisation of CTRS across the country. We keep trying to make an unfair system a slightly less unfair, and we can tinker around it, but ultimately this is an unfair tax. It needs to be replaced. Anyway, that's me on my soapbox. Right, Liz.
Chair, I just want to see if it's possible for us to agree some further recommendations. Sorry about that. But so we have the two recommendations on page 4, 6, 7. And then I wonder if we can, as an executive, take a third recommendation, which is to endorse the establishment of a task and finish group as resolved by corporate and resources scrutiny. And then I wonder whether this is helpful, because both of these have certainly helped my understanding. So second, well, it would be actually number 4, that executive notes that should the 800,000 from Household Support Fund be inadequate to cover exceptional hardship awards in the current financial year, that additional funds will be made available from reserves. I won't look at Clive while I say that. And then as recommendation number 5, note that the revenues and benefits team will be further resourced, if necessary, to complete work on identifying those who have been migrated to Universal Credit from IRESA, the Employment Support Allowance, and to support them to apply for exceptional hardship if appropriate. So I'm suggesting those 3 recommendations to follow the 2 recommendations we already have. In the knowledge, of course, colleagues, that we know a paper is going to full council on the 17th of December. So we still have some time before that paper for full council is published. That if we were able to agree, if officers feel that if the advice from officers to us is that those recommendations make sense, put it in my parlance, that we could then bring that forward to full council.
Chief Executive's looking at the Chief Finance Officer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm happy with those recommendations. Yes.
Yeah, everyone, monitoring officer. I've got this golden triangle.
Really
is glowing around me. So we have 3 recommendations outlined by Councillor Leyshon to endorse the establishment of the task and finish by corporate resources. To note that should 800,000 be inadequate, then further funds would be made available from reserves, and to ensure that the revenue and benefits team are properly resourced to support those who have migrated to Universal Credit from those benefits. Oh, sorry. I thought Councillor Shearer was about to add something else. No, Councillor Shearer is going to second it.
I was just going to say I'd be happy, because what I think those extra bits do is give just that little bit more explicit support for those people who may well get caught up in this, and explain somehow we might do it. So I'm happy to support that as a second, if that's helpful. Okay.
Yep, I think, are we all comfortable with the wording of those amendments? We're all nodding, we understand what we're doing. Okay, so first of all, the vote on those 2 amendments proposed by Councillor Leyshon, seconded by Councillor Shearer. Well, that's clearly carried. And then a vote on substantive recommendations. All those in favour?
Do you need a proposal?
Oh, I needed a proposal and seconder for that, didn't they? Oh yeah, so we'll take the Leyshon Shearer route again. All those in favour? All those against? That's clearly carried. Sean, Simon, thank you so much for all your hard work on this over the past few weeks. I know there's been considerable extra work that's gone on top of all that extra work we were doing about trying to bring all the systems together from all our predecessor councils. So we do hugely appreciate the extra efforts you've gone to be able to help us make the best decision we can on this. And we do look forward to the task and finish from corporate and resources scrutiny, helping us guide our decision making in future years. Thank you so much. That concludes agenda item 12. Okay, and now agenda item 13, which is the implementation of county-wide Sunday parking. Councillor Richard Wilkins to introduce, please.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, for background, in bringing 4 districts and 1 county council under 1 unitary council, we've inherited a real hodgepodge and difficult range of parking strategies and charges. Whilst these may have been appropriate for each legacy council, we have an obligation to the people of Somerset as a whole to look at making these more transparent and equitable across the county. I'll now pass over to Mike Dowell-Jones and Bev to take you into the work.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkins. So I'll just briefly outline the background and the context for this paper. So the Corporate Resources and Scrutiny Committee back in February of this year considered parking fees and charges, and Council in March 25 subsequently agreed to progress several changes in parking. So there are three key areas that have been progressed: implementing a Somerset-wide Sunday parking charge, introducing charging into free to use car parks, and introducing on-street charging to limited waiting bays in the highways. So the purpose of this was to establish consistency on the policy area identified and increase resources to deliver and maintain these changes. And at the time, it was agreed that this would be subject to further work being done to understand the economic impact of the proposals and for local communities to be given the ability to have their views considered. So we have taken forward the Sunday parking charge element of these three proposals as the highest priority, due to this being the most obvious inconsistency across the county at the moment, and actually the most straightforward to implement in a practical sense. Consultation and implementation on the other two elements, the charges for free car parks and on-street parking, do need some more in-depth and localised analysis and engagement to take those forward successfully, and we're currently commissioning support to undertake that work. There are also other elements of a comprehensive parking policy and strategy that do need developing for the council. A set of guiding principles is being developed for that, which aims to provide that more comprehensive and integrated framework for managing parking across the county. And that will come forward to you in due course. So, I mean, turning specifically to the consistency of Sunday parking charges, as agreed in the budget setting process, we've commissioned an economic assessment, which is included as Appendix 2 in the papers. That found a number of relevant case studies where Sunday charging has been introduced in other places. It doesn't present any clear evidence that such charges would impact on local economies, either positively or negatively, and that there are many factors affecting the use of car parks in the local economy beyond just the parking fee, usually related to the wider offer of the town in terms of how attractive it is for people to come and visit it on a Sunday. But there is generally in these circumstances a perception from business and stakeholders that it will adversely affect the local economy. And then turning to our public consultation, which was launched on the 8th of September and ran until the 20th of October, we had a good response to that, 4,816 responses by citizen space and 40 by email. So feedback from that consultation broadly reflects those perceptions that I described in the economic impact assessment. So a really common theme of comments from the public and key stakeholders about concerns about the economic impact of introducing charging to park on Sundays where it doesn't exist at the moment. The vast majority of responses to the consultation came from those towns where Sunday parking is currently free. As an example, 70% of the respondents park in Taunton. 61% said they would not support consistent charges across Somerset, and 93% strongly disagreed with the proposals that were put forward. Over half said that they would change their behaviours in terms of parking, but they would still likely visit and spend money in the town that they currently do visit on a Sunday. And a proportion of those said that they would find on-street space elsewhere in the same town. So I think we're revealing a potential effect of actually moving parking into on-street areas with these proposals to a certain extent. The Scrutiny Committee for Climate in Place considered the outcome of the consultation on the 19th of November and recommended that the Executive does not proceed with introducing Sunday parking charges where they are currently free. The financial implications of this are set out in the paper, but briefly, we're currently forecasting around £730,000 per annum income would be associated with the additional Sunday parking charge, on the assumption that utilisation would be about 50% of what it is on Saturdays. And the medium-term financial plan currently assumes £162,000 worth of income from Sunday charges for this financial year. Obviously, projecting forward, there are implications and assumptions within the medium-term financial plan that look forward as well as this financial year. So that's all I wanted to do by way of an introduction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. It was very interesting, the scrutiny committee, and I note that the recommendation was simply not to proceed with the Sunday parking, but did not offer any other options, which I found intriguing. However, we as an executive have discussed this at length, and I would like to propose a change recommendation, and don't know if you guys are ready. But following public consultation and further consideration, the Executive Committee has agreed to defer the consideration of Sunday parking charges where there are currently no charges until the parking policy principles have been formally approved. The parking policy principles document will provide an overarching framework for the managing and delivery of off and on street parking across the authority. Deferring implementation ensures that any changes, including Sunday changes, are fully aligned with the long-term objectives, principles, and priorities set out in the policy. This approach promotes consistency, avoids premature decisions, and supports a more strategic and evidence-based outcome for residents, businesses, and visitors. I will add on to this that for technical reasons, the advised parking places order will be sealed because it addresses some legacy emissions. But the tariff for Sunday charging within car parks where charges currently do not apply or are set at a flat rate will be set to 0 or a flat rate respectively.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got Federica first and then Mike.
Thank you, Bill, for bringing me in here, and thank you, Richard, for amending that recommendations. In my view, I support us wrapping this up into a wider review. I've spoken all along during this that I represent the centre of Taunton, and that by bringing in Sunday parking charges where then on-street parking hasn't been amended would cause problems around the residential areas, particularly in that central location. If you take into account like the cricket ground and all around there, and we would have displacement and cause wider problems. I do think that we need to revisit this though. When I was leader of Somerset West and Taunton, where we had 2 different legacy parking between West Somerset and Taunton, there have been issues there all along, because in Minehead you would pay to park on a Sunday. But again, I think we need to be mindful of the fact that Somerset is made up of diverse communities and diverse needs within them when it comes to the economies of our towns. And so we just need to take that into account. I think when we move this forward and do the wider parking review, I'd like to link up with ECDEV on that and understand our footfall figures, because I think from a Taunton perspective, Councillor Rigby gave me some figures that we still see in Taunton, is it 33,000 people on a Sunday across the course of the month, and it's 75,000 on a Saturday. So there is people that do come in and around on a Saturday when we do charge. So I'd like to see a wider kind of link up between those departments. But I think we've listened, we've heard, and it doesn't need to be the end of it, because I do still think that we need to do something.
Yeah. Mike wanted a gentleman to go first.
Right. No, I wanted to thank you. I wanted to welcome Richard's amended proposal and second it if necessary. I'm not keen on delaying difficult decisions, but we've been through this process of discussion over best part of a year now, and through that process, you know, I think a lot of areas that need proper further consideration have been identified. I think it's really necessary that we do ensure that we have first articulated those parking policy principles, because you know there is still a question of why do we charge in some places on Sundays and why not? Why is Sunday the day when we don't charge? Why do we charge at certain levels in certain car parks and others? We need to have an answer to all of those questions so that we can then implement a consistent policy, a coherent policy. It doesn't have to be identical everywhere, but the factors that help us decide what we charge, when and where, need to be coherent. So I look forward to that bit of work being done. I would also echo Councillor Wilkins' observation about the scrutiny committee. I observed the scrutiny committee from a distance online, and I am a bit disappointed with the recommendations we've got, not because they are saying don't do this, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do, but the lack of any evidence of engagement with the issues is the thing that I'm struggling with, because a lot of the really good challenges that I've heard over the last year have come over mostly from colleagues in this room. And I would like to have heard some of those articulated by the scrutiny committee. So there are genuine issues about, you know, what the rationale is for charging in some places and not in others. Scrutiny committee made no comment about the fact that if we just don't implement this, we won't charge in some places, we will charge in others, and there won't be any obvious rationale. Now, maybe what they were trying to say was that we should implement a blanket policy of no charging on Sundays anywhere. Maybe they weren't, I don't know, because they really didn't say what they were trying to say, apart from this is very unpopular, don't do it. And I think we kind of got that, but actually I do want to hear more from scrutiny about how they want to engage with this issue, what they think those challenges are. I mean, there's challenges around, I could articulate them now. There's challenges around why is it not consistent? Why is it not uniform everywhere? How that relates to economic development, how it relates to public transport, how it relates to supply of parking in the area, how it relates to other parking arrangements on street, particularly residence parking. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be considered. And I'm glad I've referenced them now, because if you read the scrutiny comments, you wouldn't know that those were issues, as well as it just being very unpopular. So I do have that challenge to scrutiny that I really, I welcome their feedback if they're prepared to give it, but I would like to hear the feedback a little bit more.
Mr. Rigby.
Thank you, Leader. I won't keep you long, other than to say thank you to Councillor Wilkins for his considered and pragmatic recommendation here today. I think it is the right way forward. It's been I think it's fair to say, difficult, and it can be an emotive subject. I think we've seen that in some of the responses that we've had. But I'd like to thank the 4,000 people plus that did get in touch and give us their views. I think that has helped to shape where we've got to today. I think it is the right thing to do to roll this issue into a wider review of parking across the county. And as Councillor Butt-Phillips says, it's important that we do have that coherent basis on which we are trying to set the policy. And I think the difficulty of trying to pull the Sunday element out of that is that it doesn't give sufficient consideration to, particularly for me, the displacement issue. What happens to people who are trying to avoid parking in a chargeable car park when, for example, the single yellow lines are still single yellow lines and the residents' parking perhaps doesn't pick that up as well. So I think wrapping this up in a comprehensive review next year is the right way to deal with this. And I thank again Councillor Wilkins for proposing that.
Councillor Wakefield.
Yes, I welcome this statement that Councillor Wilkins has made. I think this is a difficult and emotive subject, and I definitely think if you ask somebody, would you like to pay more for something, they're going to say no. I'm sorry that they are going to say that. Would you like to pay on Sunday when you don't pay now? No, I'm not going to pay on Sunday. I think that's the answer you're going to get. And I think there was a concerted campaign in Taunton to get that answer, actually. I came down to Taunton Town Centre on the day of the light switch on, which was a Sunday. Obviously, we don't have any parking charges at the moment. Cars were parked all over. The car parks were absolutely full, and so were all the yellow lines. So I don't think many of those people would not have come to that event, which was a great event put on by Taunton Town Council. I think they would have come anyway, whether the car parks have been chargeable or not. I think the side streets might have filled up a bit sooner, but I think people looking for somewhere to park would have gone into the car parks, actually. So I think we do need to review this and how it's going to work. I don't see why people in Minehead should subsidise people in Taunton to park by paying on a Sunday. And actually in Minehead, if it was a sunny day for the coast, I think car parks will be full and people will be parking all over the place up there as well. So it does depend on what's going on as well. But no, I welcome this, and I think that a review that shows how we can hopefully equalise what's going on a bit better. But I don't think that in our county town it should necessarily have to be free on Sundays, particularly if the figures are that quite a lot of people come in on Saturday when you do have to pay. So I don't think the traders can say nobody's going to come because they come on the Saturday anyway.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I agree with, and I'm very grateful to Councillor Wilkins for this recommendation. I have to be slightly parochial and look at this because the Centre of Yeovil took quite a beating with a series of unfortunate events that delayed the refresh project. And even this delay will mean that some of those businesses in Yeovil will have longer to recover. I have great confidence that Yeovil's going to be go back to being a very successful town centre, but the timing of this was pretty unfortunate. And I'm also looking forward to the opportunity to consider what the actual rate should be across the whole county, seeing the scale of the reduction that I'll be proposing for Yeovil compared to everywhere else is going to be quite exciting. No, he didn't hear me, but I'm sure he did. Is having I prefer a more uniform, a logical approach to this. I think, and like I say, for having walked a long way down that path, Councillor Wilkins today has demonstrated a level of wisdom that is very welcome in these difficult times.
Thank you. Well, I'll be parochial. We don't have a car park in North Petherton. Anyway, so yeah, we have, what is it, a couple of hundred car parks in total. Many are free 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've got car parks that are open Monday to Saturday. We've got car parks that are open Monday to Sunday. In some places, we have arrangements with town councils to support. Legacy from Taunton Deane and West Somerset, Taunton Deane 6 days, West Somerset 7 days, which has left the bizarre situation where in Willerton you have to pay 7 days a week, and in Wiveliscombe, two communities about the same size, you don't pay at all. Wandering around Somerset, I've seen car parks. I think Milverton, there's a small car park which appears to be, to me, a residence car park that should be under the HRA when I looked at it, and I'm not sure why that's a car park asset rather than an HRA asset. We've got the situation in Mendip where there's a different policy to the east of Mendip than there is to the west of Mendip on Sunday parking. We've got a situation in Sedgemoor where it's 6 days in Highbridge and Bridgewater and 7 days in Burnham and Cheddar. We've got real patchwork quilt here, and we've got to recognise that no change is also unfair. But it does lead us on to we've kind of tried to do this one bit at a time. I think that's led us to a point where, quite reasonably, that fairness argument, you know, as Councillor Wakefield said, you know, if you consult on something that's currently free and say, do you want to pay for it? The answer is probably no. I'm also very aware of how delighted opposition spectators are when they arrive on a Sunday to watch a Somerset County Cricket Club match and find that they're queuing up to an extra car parking machine. And we just suddenly point out it's free on Sundays. And I'm thinking, there's a bit of an missed opportunity here for us to be able to get some much needed income as well. So I think there's a fundamental strategic question. Why do we charge for car parks? They're an asset and we need to generate income off an asset quite reasonably. Just parking charges aren't the only way we could generate an income. We could put solar arrays on them as well. So there are other ways which we could generate income. So I think we need to be a little bit more strategic. We want to encourage footfall for our town centres. I met with people, traders in Burnham, who are absolutely, who were saying, we need that flow of people coming into the town centre. We want them to be here for an hour or two. The last thing we want is people parked all day, because people won't come because the car parking is blocked up. We want more people to use active travel. We want more people to use public transport. I'm very aware that our public transport offer on a Sunday isn't as good as it is on a weekday. We've got Park and Ride in Taunton that doesn't operate on a Sunday, and we need to look at whether that needs to, whether that we can support that to be active, and maybe we need to be looking at Park and Rides in more than one place. We need to be looking at what we need to do to support our visitor economy and our hospitality sector, as well as our retail sectors. I think there's a whole series of things that need to be taken into account here, beyond just the issues that have been raised. And this is why I really welcome a strategic review of this. I'm very conscious that our section 151 said that MHCLG wants us to see ourselves inflicting pain on ourselves, which it has felt that this process has been painful. But I think if we proceed with haste at this point, we will get a decision that we'll be revisiting and revisiting. I want to get this right. And that means we've got to take into account all the factors that are involved. Particularly interested in the VCSFE sector points that was made by members of the faith community and the impacts on them as well. So we've got a whole series of things that we need to take into account. That's what part of a consultation is, that you listen, you take into account some of those points, and then you respond accordingly. Nevertheless, we need an income from our car parks, and we need that income to represent the assets that we have in those town centres. So this is a much more nuanced thing as well. I think we've got to the conclusion than do we charge on Sundays in Taunton, Bridgewater and Yeovil and etc. Or not. And I think we need to proceed. I think it would be great if the scrutiny committee could go back and have a task and finish group and just think about some of the issues that arise from this, and maybe we'll get a helpful steer from the task and from a task and finish group and scrutiny, rather than a blanket no. Because I still don't know why, if I go to Willerton, I've got to pay on a Sunday or any day of the week, and I go to Wiveliscombe, I don't. That isn't right. So let's see if we can find a way forwards, rather than some of the histrionics we've perhaps seen over the last few months. Okay, I'm very aware. Is that everybody who lead members and associate lead members we've seen? I'm very aware Councillor Farberhey wanted to comment earlier on this, and he said he didn't think he could make it back. Calling Councillor Farberhey, are you online? I don't believe he is. He has very kindly sent me some comments. So, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, at a time when many independent traders are already under intense pressure, our priority must be to grow the local economy, not risk constraining it further. We do not just need to generate income for the council, we must generate more wealth for traders, for jobs, the wider community, because without a thriving town centre, there's no suitable long-term income for public services either. Town centres succeed when they are easy to access, welcoming and busy. They decline when people feel there are barriers to visiting. Any decision taken must therefore strike the balance between the council's financial responsibilities and the survival and growth of the very businesses that keep our high streets alive. I personally believe that traders and community organisations need active support in these challenging times, not additional uncertainty or added pressure. Their success is directly linked to the success of the town and the long-term financial health of the council itself. These concerns are being heard, they are legitimate, and they must carry real weight in your final decision. Please consider the traders' challenges in these testing times. Okay, I just said I would read that, his statement to us during this time. And I've got Councillor Hunt online.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Appreciate that, and a big thank you to Councillor Wilkins also for saying what he said. Just on a personal note, it would have been nicer to have heard that much earlier. We should have saved a lot of time today, but good to hear it all the same. Just a couple of things I do want to say on the back of that. I would like to, or I would expect that the results of the consultation, which is based on this, will continue forward into the strategic review, and we therefore won't need another expensive consultation. The consultation itself was, as you've already heard, 70% of the people in that responded were regarding Taunton. If you add that to Wellington as well, so Taunton and Wellington together is 87% of that consultation. And I would suggest that trying to find a uniform Somerset-wide solution is a good idea, perhaps from a perspective from the executive there. However, I do think that Taunton and Wellington perhaps could have its own consultation and be sort of looked at in a separate way, and perhaps that would include larger towns such as Yeovil as well. But we certainly need to, whatever we do, it's very important that we take into account that consultation, because I mean clearly the figures are, I think it was 93% are opposed to this, and that's an important figure. And if we don't listen to it, and this is clearly we have listened to it today, and Councillor Wilkins, him and I did have a conversation about this some time ago, and he has listened to the consultation, so I thank him for that. However, it isn't the end result of it. So as long as we keep that on board, that is good news, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I look forward to your participation in finding a solution to this. I don't understand why Taunton and Wellington should be exceptional places to other communities in Somerset. We all advocate on behalf of our own communities, obviously, but we're here for all of the people of Somerset. It's our motto.
If I may, Bill.
Councillor Bob Filmer. Right. No, we'll go to Councillor Bob Filmer. Yeah.
Thank you very much. As other members have said, I welcome the change of recommendation that we've had today. I think it is the right decision to make, to go forward to look at this in the round. I don't see a problem with that at all. What I would say though is I think it's shown the use and the reason why we have consultations to take place. If I can take everyone back a little while, this came out of a recommendation to introduce the charges in last year's budget, and it was following obviously the consultation that went through with scrutiny, asked for a impact assessment and also public consultation. So that has resulted in this change of that recommendation. So I think that has shown it is useful to do. I think it's important that we make sure that people feel that their voices are heard, and obviously they have been, and I think that is a real positive and will help engage people next time around when we're doing consultations, because there's nothing worse than when people feel it's not any point in actually giving any answers. The thing I would like to comment in terms of I think scrutiny's been given a little bit of a hard time by one or two members. I think that's a little bit harsh. The scrutiny committee, I'm not on the one that made these views, but they were asked to comment on the recommendation that was coming to this meeting, and that's what they did. I know for a fact that all the scrutinies are only too happy to engage in policy development. And that was one of the criticisms we made at the beginning of this year was, if only the parking issues had come forward through scrutiny, we could have put in all those bits before we got to the budget round. So I think your proposal of using task and finish and scrutiny, I think, is absolutely spot on, Leader. Very happy, and I'm sure you will have members queuing up for this one to actually get involved. The one
maybe we should charge.
Well, you might want to. You could probably sell tickets to it. But the one thing I would just again just mention is, in terms of the districts, we all had different policies, but districts did have parking policies and they did develop those. And I think it would be wrong to have some idea that this is a completely random set of reasons. And I think going through the new review, we can look at what those reasons were and whether they still apply or not. So I think that is important. The final comment I was going to make was in terms of two things. One was timetable. Can we please have a definite timetable to how quickly this can come through and go to scrutiny? Because obviously this is going to be overhanging the towns and the villages, who will all be wondering what's going to happen next. So to give them that certainty, having a good timetable would be really helpful. And I think the one or I would put in is, again, is just to remember that consistency doesn't mean uniformity. We can have a consistent policy without having every car park and every town and village treated exactly the same. And I would hope that can be built into the whole structure of our review.
Yeah, thank you. Hence my comments about, you know, when I went to look at Milverton, and I was thinking, hang on a minute, all the cars in here, I think, are parked in the flats opposite that don't have any parking spaces. What this is, I think this is probably, you know, just a car park that belongs in the HRA, not elsewhere. And it is, you know, and that, as you might imagine, with 200 car parks, their functions will be different in different areas, and that is a bigger piece of work, and understand that. The comments about scrutiny, thank you for welcoming my comments. Scrutiny could have set up a task and finish group to look at this at an earlier stage, and maybe we would have had constructive feedback from that. Who knows? Councillor Thiebert-Philip.
Thank you very much. I put my hand up before Councillor Filmer spoke, but I was actually going to cover a little bit of the same ground. I was going to say I think I had been a bit harsh on scrutiny, and I know we haven't heard from the chair of scrutiny, and I wondered if any of the members of the scrutiny committee would like to elaborate on their comments.
Okay. Got Caroline Ellis, Salacaro.
Hi, just to say I am hugely relieved to hear that this is going to be deferred and rolled into a wider review. I think that's absolutely the right call. There are so many things at stake here. Obviously, Taunton Town Council was unanimously against the proposal to introduce Sunday car parking charges. And I would just say, for every single local area, it's really important that Somerset works closely with the towns and the parish councils to understand the specific issues on the ground. In Taunton, they are manifold. It's not just economic, as you refer to, it's a lot of social issues as well. We've got poor people who don't have any other option but to get in their car, who save all their shopping to do on a Sunday because it's cheaper for them to do it then. They don't have the option to get a bus. There's so many issues, and there literally would have been chaos on residential streets around the town centre had this gone forward. I'm hugely relieved, and let's work productively with the town councils. Let's look at solar canopies where that's appropriate. I think that's a very obvious way that we can raise substantial income from certain of our car parks to subsidise them and to get a better service for our residents. And so I think officers should be tasked immediately with looking at that and taking that forward.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I've heard different ideas about dynamic pricing. Maybe Minehead would shoot up in price when the sun's shining and drop to being free when it's wet. Who knows what this might throw up. Councillor Lee Redmond.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to stay out of this, but I just wanted to come in and first of all thank you for your comments in relation to that. But I also wanted to support Councillor Filmer's comments. I think he made some really great points there. And just for clarification, you mentioned that there didn't seem to be any alternative proposals. I think from memory, I may have been one of the 3 councillors that responded to the consultation, and my response was to try harmonising Sunday fees to no fees on a Sunday, and see whether in the areas that are currently charging that you find a way to encourage more people to go and use those areas. And again, there are lots of options. I look forward to taking part in the further consultation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. As I'm sure you're aware, a fair proportion of the population of Wales descends on the street to buy school shoes on a regular basis, and that can cause car parking issues if you don't charge. So we need to take all these issues in the round in a more strategic study. Okay, Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to echo all the comments that Bob Filmer made, but also just one thing on scrutiny for me. I think it's really clear that the Scrutiny Committee considered the consultation that was carried out, the report by WSP and its responses, which essentially said that the decision should be made dependent on local responses, which is what you've done through the consultation. The Scrutiny Committee considered the local responses and recommended not to go ahead in line with those consultation responses. So that was just really clear to me, and I'm not saying this is being done, but clearly we need to be careful to not create a perception that you don't like, that if someone doesn't like the scrutiny members' views, then it's the wrong views. I'm not saying you're saying that, but there's a risk of perception. So I'm sure that's absolutely not what was meant. And just to echo, I'm absolutely delighted that everyone's welcoming this new pragmatic approach, as I think was the word that was used, which is great, to develop those parking policy principles first. But also it is kicking the can down the road, and for how long is the question. So that particular document on the parking policy principles, is there a date by which that should be completed by, so that we know when you're going to be considering Sunday parking charges as well, and also the financial implication to kicking this down the road, because I think Mike mentioned 160 odd K that was expected income from this year from Sunday parking charges. Is there a financial implication that's being considered as part of this additional recommendation?
Okay, so two questions: timescale and financial implication.
I think we've all talked about getting this right. So I think that will be an aspect on the timescale, but I will ask Mike if he has a view on what sort of timescale we could put into place. Parking strategy.
Thank you. So we are currently engaging consultancy support to develop the work programme for this. So I won't commit to a firm date at this point in time. What I will commit to is coming back within a few days with a clear timetable, because we have that work underway, and we just need to finalise realistically what we can do. The parking policy principles will be a relatively high level document, which should be something we can prepare relatively quickly. So I would imagine that coming before you fairly early in the new year. It won't be a detailed parking strategy, it will be a set of guiding principles, which sets all this in context. And then we will need to do work with various communities to develop the strategies for those areas in some detail, considering both on-street and off-street parking and the role and function of parking in those areas, as we've started to discuss, etc. So, yeah, the principles in fairly short order, but then work rolling out over the year in terms of the detailed strategies. But I will come back with a firm timetable on all of that fairly shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chilcott, is the sun shining in Minehead?
Always, leader, always.
And in which case we'll put the car parking charges up when it's sunshine. Sorry, just to be clear, that was a tongue-in-cheek comment to any reporters or people who are rushing to put out a press release.
Thank you. As you can see, I'm in spring already. I've passed winter. Always spring in Minehead. Just a couple of comments, really. I felt it's been a bit harsh on scrutiny today, especially in the light of a decision really that's just presented itself in the last few minutes, which seems to be welcome. Of course, the policy or guiding principles could have been worked on between when this decision was first thought about and now, and that might have helped inform your decision making today. So you have pushed it down the road. Just to say, parking on Sundays in Minehead, super unpopular. We depend on tourism, and our whole area is underpinned by tourism, and that supports the economy, and parking costs do impact it. And I can tell you, sometimes on a really sunny day in summer, all the spaces on the seafront are not used and full because of the parking fees. So people will park in the surrounding roads and areas and take a walk or a stroll to the beach to save themselves the parking. So I can absolutely say it does impact, and I think if you spoke to the businesses in and around the seafront area in particular, they would echo that. So what I do hope is that, as we've seen in previous decisions, you don't put everything to the highest price. And if you are going to equalise around the county, I look forward to seeing a reduction on Sunday parking in Minehead, because that would really help our local economy. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fran-Smith.
Thank you very much. I was interested in the word that was used a few times, subsidise. So can we have, when we do this consultation of future changes, that we can work out exactly who is subsidising who or which car parks, and also what are they subsidising? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be factored into any discussions on this. Okay. Oh, Councillor Rodriguez.
It's not a new question. It was just, there was two questions that I asked. The second one was around the 162k, and that was projected to be made from Sunday parking this year.
I was hoping you'd forgotten that. No, I wasn't. I just forgot it. Who's going to take that one up?
I mean, yeah, Mr. Heafy may want to comment, but in broad principles, we have assumed that in our forecast that there was 162,000 income coming into the accounts from additional Sunday parking charges this financial year, which obviously we won't now have, subject to taking that decision to defer the scheme. And the projected annual income from the additional Sunday charges was around £730,000 a year. So obviously, the further we go into the year without introducing Sunday parking charges, then the more of that pressure will become a pressure on the budgets. So obviously, at this point in time, we don't know when or if we might do that. So there are obviously many outcomes from the work that we could find, but I think that gives you the order of magnitude of the pressures. I don't know if Mr. Heafy wants to come back with any more.
Only to say that in accordance with our budgetary principles, the service will look to find mitigating savings or additional income to support that. So I'll be working with the service to try and identify what they are.
Yeah, thank you. I hope that helps. And in terms of the review, I hope that in terms of those budgetary pressures, that there's a need for pace but not haste. If we can draw a distinction there, that we do need to bring this forward, but at the same time, most importantly, we need to get this right. And that is recognising that no, not every community in Somerset is the same. The car parks all have different functions, but we need to make sure that we get a fair system. We understand if there are discrepancies, why there are discrepancies as well. Okay, I think we've got everybody who wanted to have something to say, saying something. So we have a amendment which is proposed by Councillor Wilkins and seconded by Councillor Philip. He beat you. He said he was going to do it much earlier. Sorry, Councillor Rigby. Could you just read your amendment again? Do you have it? Or has someone got it? You sent it to Alan. Oh, right. Okay. In which case, Alan's got it.
Thank you, Chair. So if I can just clarify the recommendation. So the recommendation that's before you is, following public consultation and further consideration, the Executive Committee has agreed to defer the consideration of Sunday parking charges, in brackets, where there are currently no charges, until the parking policy principles have been formally approved. That's the first recommendation. The second is, the advertised parking places order will be sealed because it addresses some of the legacy emissions, but on the tariff for Sunday charging within car parks where charges currently do not apply or are set at a flat rate will be set to zero or a flat rate respectively. And the reasons for that are, the parking policy principles document will provide an overarching framework for managing and delivering on and off-street parking across the authority. Deferring the implementation ensures that changes, including Sunday charges, are fully aligned with the long-term objectives, principles and priorities set out in the policy. This approach promotes consistency.
Thank you. Okay, so that's proposed and seconded. All those in favour, please. All those against. That was an amendment, so we have to vote all over again. Same proposers and seconders. All those in favour, all those against. That's clearly carried. Have I done that right? Fantastic. So, first of all, massive thank you to Mike and Bev for all the work you've done so far, and in anticipation for the even more work we've just given you. I do know that this is a difficult one to land, and we need to find that sweet spot where it has the right impact on our communities, and also we do make the appropriate financial gain from our assets that are so important to this council as well. So thank you so much for your hard work on this, and please could you relay that to your teams. Okay, I was just about to say.
These will take 2 minutes.
I was going to say, I think we've got. I think I'm aware of at least 3 bladders that would like a break. And if those of us remember Blockbusters, can we have a pee, please, Bob? We will take a very brief adjournment until past. Right, okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and resuming for our final items for our December executive meeting. We are now up, where have we got to? 14. Excellent. Thank you, Claire, for the message that we're on item 14. This is the mid-year Treasury Management Report, pages 639 to 666, and it's Liz Lyshon to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. This is our mid-year Treasury Management Report, which, if approved today by Executive, will go to full council and also to Audit Committee. I know that Alan Sanford is on the call. Obviously, Clive Heafy and Nicola Hicks are here too for any questions. I just want to say that Treasury Management is much, much more important than most members realise, and that ability to balance borrowing and investment position is absolutely critical to a sustainable council. So I'm very happy, Chair, to hand over to Clive, Nicola or Alan online, particularly if there are any questions. Thank you.
Perhaps take Alan's comments first of all, if that's okay.
Good afternoon.
Apologies, Alan. I think that caught you by surprise, didn't it?
Yes, yes, I wasn't expecting to say anything. Yeah, just to say this is the mid-year report. It gives assurance that Treasury activities undertaken have been in full compliance with the relevant legislation, code strategies, policies and practices. And just to point out that the borrowing activity, the movements and the activity between 31st of March and 30th of September are laid out in tables 2 and 3 and graph 1 at point 32 of the Treasury report, and that the investment activity is shown in the tables as well, a bit further on in the report. Hopefully that shows a clear picture of what's happened during the 6 months.
And if I could just add to that, that this is one of the most heavily regulated parts of local government and the way we operate. So we operate within very tight controls here, particularly around our investment side of things, where the principles of maintaining capital, maintaining liquidity and then getting yield in that order are very important to make sure that public money is properly protected.
Hugh, any comments or questions? Sarah?
Yeah, this seems to me to be a pretty good report to read. It seems to me that although we have activities in the world at large which seem to be designed to make the markets go up and down by some of the things they get up to, we seem to be managing to keep on a fairly even keel throughout that. I mean, the stock market has shot up in a way that nobody knows really why, because it shouldn't be up there, but it is. And unfortunately, people are still not going back into property, which would help us in other ways. But no, this looks to be a managing to steer a level course in actually what could be a really disruptive time because of the uncertainties across the world and things that and the fact that we haven't managed to get inflation down in the country as they had hoped to, although it is coming down, albeit slowly. So I'm quite happy with this report and very glad that it seems to be not reporting that we should be overly concerned about where our finances are.
No, and we do transact hundreds of millions of pounds a year. There's a lot going through in and out of this account, so it's a major one. But then the contribution to the council's finances and budget shouldn't be underestimated as well. So, very pleased that we're sticking within the prudential indicators, and that's the way it should be. Give you assurance that we're not exposed to rate movements enormously, or not at all really. Most of our debt is at fixed rates. We take it for fixed rates over periods from anything from a matter of months up to 60 years. We have a profile of when that debt matures, so we try and get it to some maturing every year. Might need to refinance it, but if there are shocks and movements on the market, we're rarely exposed to them. But by doing that, we've managed to keep our average rate down. And when it comes to investments, we deal with very strictly with counterparties, people who we deal with who are reliable and who meet credit criteria that are acceptable. So we don't take risk in that area, and it's a hallmark of public sector treasury that you don't take risks in this area. You make sure, as I say, you protect the public's money first of all. Make sure there's sufficient there when you need to draw it back to spend, because a lot of the money we say invest is money we're going to need eventually. It's just there temporarily, and we're using it to invest. And we try and get the best yields within that, but we don't do what, say, happened years ago with Icelandic banks and going chasing a yield. So I think I'm pleased to be able to report a good position.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from lead members or associates? Not seeing anything. Any other members, please? Not seeing anything. Oh, so close. But you just got there, Dawn. Hello, Dawn. Good afternoon. What's the weather like in Frome?
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's chilly in Frome, no sun shining, but I think it's really good news that we didn't have to borrow in the first half of the year, but the concern really is in the second half. And paragraph 86 makes reference to other councils not wanting to lend money to Somerset because of adverse publicity, probably in relation to our financial position. I'm just curious if this is going to be a real concern leading into the new year, really, for the budget, and will we find ourselves at daggers drawn really with potential lenders, and also if we'd have to end up paying a king's ransom just to secure the borrowing rates we need.
So we do inter-authority lending. So obviously we've got that, and that's an option we will look at, but the fallback will always be PWRB borrowing. So, I mean, we're never going to be at a ransom in terms of borrowing. It's just sometimes it's more cost effective to borrow from another local authority who's finds themselves with a surplus short term. So, but yes, we have seen some authorities don't want to lend to us, and that's just because we're an authority that is receiving exceptional financial support. I think Alan's going to add to it.
Alan?
Yes, just to say, we have borrowed 4 lots of 5 million during November from local authorities. So there are some that are willing to lend to us, but there are some that are more picky.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much for those answers. That's really reassuring. And is that your lot? Yes, it is. Right, so we have recommendations to note the mid-year borrowing and investment position, and that all Treasury activities have been carried out in accordance with the approved Treasury management strategy within the prudential limits and in line with the full delegations to the Section 105.1 officer, and approves the report as being in compliance with the SIPFA Code of Practice for Treasury Management and recommends it to full council at the next available meeting. Proposed by Councillor Liz Lyshon, seconded by Councillor Sarah Wakefield, just ahead of Graham Oakes by a short head. And those in favour, please. Those against, that's clearly carried. Thank you so much to Alan for, as always, for your hard work, and please pass that on to the rest of your team. And agenda item 15, governance approval of housing revenue accounts, housing policies. Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts to introduce.
Thank you, Bill. So we're bringing this report forward today, where we're introducing or looking to introduce a framework with regards to the different policies that we have within the housing revenue account. There's about 25 policies altogether, and we need to obviously keep making sure that they're up to date, and then they need to go through sign off. And so by bringing in this framework, what we're doing is bringing in a tiered approach so that not all of them need to end up here in front of us here at Executive, because that would be a lot of policies to come forward to us that would need reviewing, taking up a lot of time, whereas actually by putting in this framework, they will still have oversight and they will still be looked at by the relevant team members and managed appropriately, but it just means that actually they can move quicker and swifter through decision making. So it outlines within the report, within the appendix, I want to say there were different ones that will go to different places, and there is a smaller amount that will come here at an executive committee level, and those are the ones that are required by the regulator.
Thank you. The introduction. Yep. Sorry, hello, Simon. I was for some reason I was expecting you to say, and now I'll hand over to Simon, and that didn't happen.
I haven't got a lot to add, actually. I think that's very succinct and to the point. Why this is important now is obviously there's a decision pending on options appraisal, and which is to do with Homes in Somerset and Somerset Council as two landlords. So that decision, I think, is coming here in March. But in the meantime, we're doing lots and lots of work now, building lots of policies. And since the 1st of April 2024, the consumer standards came into effect for councils and for council-owned landlords. So since that date, we need to make sure that the eyes are on and the decisions are being made at the right level by the right people. And this proposal, we believe, will satisfy that requirement.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, any comments, questions or observations from members in those shirts? And Councillor Wakefield.
Yeah, I'm glad that this is happening. It seems the right thing to do to bring policies in line. I just wondered, is this an exercise that's conducted periodically anyway? Even if we just had, say, in-house owned council properties, would we be doing this? I mean, we do it so much in the HR committee. Can I just say, we look at policies very detailed, very often, very detailed, and it takes a long time and is quite difficult to follow sometimes. But here, this is something you do regularly, is it? That's what you do?
Yes, we would. So previously, when we were district councils, we had policies that were being reviewed under the district councils, and Homes in Somerset and Sedgemoor District Council reviewed their policies as well. What's brought focus in is the consumer standards and the regulatory framework, and also rather than we've known for some time now that we are coming together as one landlord, and it's therefore really focused our attentions to do joint policies and really update everything. So there's quite a lot that are currently being updated, so that they're fit for purpose for when we become one landlord, and hence the need to make sure this is all nailed down. But each policy has we will review every year or every 2 years, depending on how important that policy is.
Can I just ask, does that involve tenants as well as part of that review?
Yes, it does. So we have a policy board which includes myself and the other head of service from in-house landlord and my equivalent at Homes in Somerset. So we meet and at the early stage, before it comes to us, there's a separate group with the tenants from Homes in Somerset and Somerset Council, who have specifically volunteered to be part of this, and they work with the policy officer to add value to it and make sure that it reflects what policies need. And then following on from that, once we've signed it off and before it gets signed off either through the executive or Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts, there's also a tenant strategic group for the in-house landlord, and there's a board with tenant representation at Homes in Somerset. So tenants get to see this at 2 different stages.
Just really quickly, I love to see anything that comes forward that actually both clarifies and speeds up governance. I think that's really quite a nice thing. And if we don't see enough of them, it's really good. But and I just wanted to say, as well as by way of comment, I'm really pleased to see that the ASB hate crime safeguarding, those elements are still in tier 1, because that'd be really quite nice. I'm reassured by that. So thank you very much. Happy to support it.
Thank you. And Clive?
Just a reminder for members that the HRA is a sub-account of the general fund account, so it remains the council's account at all times. So the council are responsible for policies and strategies of the HRA, and the landlord functions provide the management and maintenance functions that go with it. So just remember that it's at any point in time the HRA is always ours, and the landlord functions are being carried out separately in partnership. Has stress on that, and it's important we get feedback through tenants through the 2 bodies that we've got to deliver the landlord services, but those policies are adopted and become the council's.
Simon?
Sorry, it's just a small point. I just also wanted to say my colleague Susie Williams, who wrote this paper, by the way, did all the hard work. She's on the call behind me, so she's there in case there's any questions I find really too hard. I'll call her in, but just wanted to say thank you to her because she wrote the report.
Simon, she's behind you. Okay, so I think that's everybody from the Executive. Councillor Tom Power.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask, does this mean there's been a problem in the past? And then will the policy protect the financial viability of the 30-year HRA business plan? Thank you.
So no, there hasn't been a problem in the past. The regulatory standards came in 1st of April 2024, and prior to that, the requirements were not as strict in terms of different levels of sign off. So it's become, the regulatory standards, we will get inspected on this, and that has sort of changed the focus of what we need to do. But each district council had their own policies, and the policies we had were fit for purpose. As I said, we're fast tracking review of all the policies in readiness, which is why it's coming to a head right now. With respect to 30-year business plan, so I think Kerry Prisco has she's got a separate report on this, which is around the HRA business plan, which has come to executive or is going to executive. So that is reviewed separately, and that sets out what our modelling is for the next 30 years. And that still you still have eyes on that.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All done. Okay, thank you very much. So we have recommendations that the executive agree to the policy governance framework for housing related policies, establishing a tiered approach to policy approval, including delegated authority as follows. Tier 1 policies required by the regulator of social housing will be approved by the executive committee. Tier 2 policies will be delegated for approval by the executive lead member with responsibility for the housing revenue account, and Tier 3 policies to be delegated for approval to head of housing, income and tenancy management and the head of housing property on behalf of the council, along with the directors and heads of service from Homes in Somerset, in consultation with the Director of Community, Place and the Economy, and with the executive lead member with responsibility for the housing revenue account. 2. The proposed framework attached to Appendix A that notes the involvement of key stakeholders in the creation of policies. And 3, the list of policies recommended for each tier as detailed in Appendix B. Proposed by Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts, seconded by Councillor Mike Rigby. He's won one at last. All those in favour? All those against? That's clearly carried. So it remains me to just thank everybody for your attendance today. We've had a very long and busy agenda, and I think this evidences the hugely important work that we do every day to support our residents and our businesses and communities. We've had updates on our improved approach to monitoring performance and risk to ensure we are operating effectively. While we rightly focus on areas of improvement, just a reminder, that 46 of our measures on the RAG rating had a green and 44 had a red or amber. And we always look at the reds and ambers immediately. So when we look at performance, we look for improvement, but let's recognise what we do well. We've noted the ongoing fragile position of our finances and the work underway to address this while we continue to await the much needed clarity from central government. And we've plans in place to reduce our budget gap. And I'm pleased to say we're launching a budget consultation to receive the public's input as we move towards budget setting in February. We've shown we're a council that listens to people, as evidenced by our decision to defer the proposal for county-wide parking changes. And we've also agreed to uplift our council tax reduction scheme, taking additional steps to support our exceptional hardship fund for those impacted by the wider changes to benefit. I hope this demonstrates the council's focused, responsive and determined to deliver for Somerset and working together to navigate these challenges. So thank you all for your attendance today. And I just realised I forgot to thank Simon, or perhaps more importantly, Susie, for the last report as well. So please pass your thanks on to Susie. My apologies for not remembering it at the end of the last agenda item. Thank you all so much for your attendance. Thank you to the Democratic Services staff for all their support during this meeting, and especially for the cake. And I believe this is our last executive meeting of 2026. Oh my word! 25. Wow! Wow! We are going to monetize the time machine that we've just got. Our last meeting of 25. So thank you very much for all your hard work over this year and for all members for their constructive comments. And we'll take this opportunity to wish you a happy Christmas and a prosperous new year, though we will see each other at full council. Thank you. Declare the meeting closed.